I love how I've been talking to myself for a little while here. Sorry about that. Um, but yo, Dig. Sorry, I was saying, hey, I got all my stuff. I'm gonna go pee really quick, and then I'm gonna read your messages because I hadn't got around to it yet. But the gist of it was the guy just kept saying he was investing his own money, but he was really just investing other people's money, which is probably why the board got bigger than it was supposed to be or something. He's like, oh yeah, I'll give you a piece of the company if you just invest your money, invest your money, invest your money. And then he pocketed all that money and fucking dipped. Is that what we're saying? Is that what happened? Yeah, I usually mute my mic whenever I'm not live, and I sometimes forget to turn it back on when I get back to the computer. That's why. Oh man. He owns nothing. That's funny. I mean, I feel like you don't have to invest any money per se into a company to be the owner, right? If it's your idea, if it's your, you know, brain trust, your thought, your, thing, and you just get people to, kickstart you with, money and, blah blah blah. You don't technically have to invest any of your own money to do it if you do it that way. I don't know. That's crazy. Yeah. So long story short, it was a very elaborate
Oh,
plan. Yo,
yeah.
what up, Direct? What's going on? What up, Edge? Oh man, thanks, Direct. I appreciate that, man. Thank you. I see you in Edge's chat all the time. I appreciate the raid. Hope you guys are having a good time. Glowing reviews on here. Hell yeah, let's go. But what you're telling me, Dig, is long story short, is it was a very, very, very slow, elaborate plan for him to pocket as much money as he could over the years. Is that what we're saying? Oh, you gave me a full 10% Edge? Hell yeah. The Edge, you're learning. You're learning, man. Let's try this tea. See if this tea is any good. Yeah, not too bad. Okay. Yeah, that's crazy. I mean, it makes sense though. Like, here's the thing: is you don't look at it, you can't look at something at face value and be like, oh, instantly a scam. I mean, obviously, some things you can clearly see are scams right off the bat, but this tea was just a simple what was it called? English. Wait, was this one English? No, it wasn't English. I don't know. It was just like a black tea breakfast. It was Europe or something. I don't know. It's something simple. Oh, Irish black Irish breakfast black tea or whatever. It was in a green bag. I've had one before that wasn't decaf. This one was decaf, and it tasted fine. It was the first one I drank that I didn't hate. Like it didn't have a bitter taste and it wasn't terrible. This one is a little bit more bitter, but I think it's because it's lacking the caffeine or something. Don't know. But I had one yesterday, Edge, and I really liked it. It was orange pico or whatever. It was just orange pico black tea. Just that's it. Had zero bitterness. It was smooth. I mean, it didn't have any like, it didn't have like a hint of good flavor, but it didn't taste like it. Literally, if you added anything to it, it would be awesome. There's no bitterness. There's no negativity. There was literally no negative to that tea, right? So I think that might be my winner so far. Now, if I found like a pico with like some other flavor, like a hint of another flavor, like shit, maybe a little bit of cinnamon, a little bit of something, like boom. Yeah, like that was I remember you said something about Orange Pico before, but like I said, I had that huge pack of like 300 to try, and that just happened to be one of them. I was like, oh, one of the crazy. Oh yeah, D2 got a DLC. Yeah, that's fucking wild. What is that, the game like 30 years old and they're still putting out content for it? Crazy. I mean, granted, it was a maintenance mode for like 15 years, but they got scammed at that end too. How'd they get scammed out of that end? That's crazy. How can they not just buy it out? What? Oh yeah, 100%. D2 was the best Diablo they've ever made. And the reason for it is purely the customizability and like the creativity with the builds, with the rune words, and having any like spell on any build. It gives you so much creativity to make basically any build, and no other Diablo allows you to do that. So the gist of it, Edge, if you look in my Discord general, Dig was watching a live stream today where one of the investors went on live stream and laid everything out from 2014 until now, and basically said that Steve, the owner guy, has never invested a single penny of his own money, only invested other people's monies, and they invested so much money that they basically paid off his house and all this other stuff. So it's basically he was pocketing money from the get go. Let me eat my food. But what I was gonna say before I got sidetracked was the problem is like nowadays you can't look at something and inherently be like scam, scam, not touching it because it's a scam. Because yeah, in theory, anything can be a scam. But if your instant reaction is scam, 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 scam. Now, don't get me wrong, we can look into your past and we can decide with a little bit more certainty if you're a scammer kind of person or not, which Steve was proven to have been. But just because you've scammed people in the past doesn't mean you don't actually come out with something valid. That's the problem here. Is it had promise. It had everybody's like interest because of what it was promising to offer. And seeing it slowly come together was like a 50-50. Yeah, it's too slow to be real, but seeing some product come out was hyping you even more. Be like, oh, maybe it will. Maybe it's so they cheated that line so well to keep people invested, to keep people like, oh my god. That's what I'm saying, Edge. Like it was perfect. They did it so well. God, the best PRing I've ever seen. Even had me like reeling for it, even though I didn't invest a single dime. I was like, bro, this better come out. If it comes out, I'm totally down. But if it does not come out, I'm not touching it. So I'm not gonna lie, Dick. I agree that it would be hard, but I think if it in the reality of it, if they buy the IP and they start their own company and they know and they're transparent about who is working on the project, who is not working on the project, and it's picked up by somebody that's possibly a name that's trusted, right? I think that's the only way it lives. You can't just be an unknown studio, an unknown indie person, and try and develop this game after what's happened and be successful. You'd have to be a named company, right? You'd have to partner with a named company that can promise delivery. Exactly, and that's what I'm saying. It's like as an investor, you've invested this much money. You're okay with investing more to get like a return on your investment. So that's what I'm thinking is like if it does happen, they're gonna have to find somebody's name to use to promise delivery. Oh, Jake, how far did you make it into Quinfall? Oh wow! So he paid off the loan so he wouldn't get stuck with it and cucked all the employees. Okay, Dick, sounds good. Yeah, I was just curious. I've been watching a lot of it. I'm truly impressed with what they have. That's everybody's complaint is the combat is clunky. The combat needs work. Yeah, I feel like a lot of people's complaint is the combat is like clunky or just feels off, especially like the melee. Like the range doesn't feel so super bad, like the bows and the crossbows and stuff. But supposedly, like a lot of the melee just feels really bad, especially for PvP. You were sword and board. Yeah, I was wondering if sword and board had like a DPS spec, like a damage, like if you can go damage spec sword and board. The sword and board is like one of my favorite weapon combos, but I like to play it as like a damage dealer. Like kind of like New World where I would always go like damage like offensive sword and board. I kind of like doing that. Yeah, both trees in the weapons. Yeah, I think they're like kind of opposites of each other. So it might have an offensive side, which would be cool. But we'll see. I'm also leaning towards dual axes because they have a built-in 50% leech, which is wild. I feel like something with 50% leech would be fun to play for me. But I feel like with that playstyle, you almost have to play heavy. And I feel like you can't play glass cannon as a like a 50% leech build because you can technically get nuked before you can even leech. Yeah. I give you some, but not a lot. I saw that. Yeah. But that's fine. Like, I don't mind it because like I'm not doing gathering to level my character. I'm doing gathering to level gathering. Right. And to like go into different professions. Because I think the boat thing would be cool. Like I liked sailing and BDO, going around doing bartering and stuff. I think if I could like invest into a big ship and I can go around and I can kill whales and stuff like that, kill sea creatures, loot, things like that. I think that could be really fun, especially as a group. We can all go sailing. What are you talking about, Edge? I would never invite you to go sailing for 5 minutes. I would never invite the most experienced captain in the chat. Yeah, my only sailing XP is in BDO, and mine's mostly all auto sailing instead of really, bro. Are you seriously just AFKing at the lodestone, bro? Is it gonna be another one of these reenactments? Are you fucking kidding me right now? Are you fucking kidding me right now? We're gonna have another one of these days where everybody and their fucking mother is camping lodestone. It's not my fault. This is the only good place to do it. I guess he has it on a timer. He's probably waiting there for the respawn, and then he runs through and he grabs all this. This is fucking ridiculous, dude. Well, I wanted to log in and just grab a load of it, go back and turn it all into, the bricks. So, I mean, it's not that I wasn't sitting there to camp it. I just logged in there so I can grab it when I logged in. Trying to get some to level up my stone cutting. But for some apparent reason, everybody and their fucking mother is picking up lodestone. Like, seriously. Why is everybody looting lodestone right now? What the fuck's going on? So what's funny is the other day when we were playing, we were getting lodestone at the beginning. I didn't have a problem. After about an hour of us getting lodestone, people started jumping on it and haven't been able to get any sense. There's like a couple people that are just rotating the lodestone non-stop. It won't stop. It's like they're stream sniping me like, oh, this guy's trying to get lodestone. All right, let's steal it all from him and make him buy it from us. Like that's what it feels like they're trying to make me do. It's crazy. That's what I'm saying too. It's just like if you're stream sniping me and you're trying to make me like pay you for it, like good fucking luck. Like you're not gonna get. You're just wasting your fucking. I mean, you're wasting my time, but you're also wasting your own time. All good. Whatever. We'll just get as much as we can. I said the problem is there's a bunch of lodestone, but I don't know like the routes for most of them. I know you're like wasting the game time more than anything. Like, bro, the game only has so long to live. Like, live it to its fullest. You know, don't waste it. Oh, it was funny. Watching somebody stream Quinfall last night, and you know they were just shooting the shit or whatever, but they were looking at the streams and stuff that were on Twitch, and, and there was a single lone streamer streaming to a single viewer inside of Ashes the other night with a stream title of like "Don't let the game die" or something like that. There's a lone person with hope for the game. I mean, it's bad when New World has more people streaming it than Ashes. I think that's just funny. Relooted? Wait, what's relooted? Am I missing something? Oh, wow. I don't know. Ashes has more players than Evolve Stage 2. I guarantee you that. Oh, I heard something about Highguard too. I never actually seen that one. I did hear that name the other day too, though. Alright. Got some damn lodestone. We're out of bricks already? Bro, come on. This is fucking ridiculous. God, dude, fuck the stone. I don't know. Like, it just, my problem is like, I feel like most people are just, I would say almost super spoiled as when it comes to games nowadays. Like, between like getting WoW like 20 years ago and Final Fantasy 14, ESO, like Albion, like all these decent games that have come out and that have constantly like provided with good updates, and they've been progressing slowly but surely year after year. And just like I feel like we're kind of just spoiled that anytime a game comes out, we instantly look at it and be like dog shit. Like we don't even like truly give it a chance to like cook. We don't give it a chance to like actually polish. We don't give it a chance to come out with any type of content where we just write it off and just say it's slop. And like nowadays, it's like it's super hypercritical of people to be like, "Oh, they used AI, dog shit game. Oh, they used AI to generate a graphic. Oh, dog shit game. Oh, they used pre-generated assets that they purchased. Dog shit game." It's like people are so quick to judge a game because they didn't create everything from scratch, and they didn't like reinvent every single wheel from scratch. It's just like I don't give a shit if the tree looks identical to another game. I don't care if you use pre-generated assets. I don't care if you use AI to generate a character model or a generic outfit or a fucking sword. Like, if you had a generalistic idea of what you wanted and you popped it into AI and AI generated something and you chose from a few options, you did your part. Like, you put in the effort to kind of give it an idea and it generated you some outputs that you liked. I feel like, what's the difference between doing that and then contacting an artist and giving them the same amount of information, letting them use their creativity to generate you a couple outputs to see which ones you liked? It's no different. Now, different from an artist standpoint, obviously. The artists themselves doing the work versus computer doing the work. So, I mean, obviously giving somebody else work and revenue and stuff like that rather than using AI to do it. So you're sharing the wealth, you're sharing, you're helping out the economy, you're helping out other people, you're keeping the artist dream alive and stuff like that. I get all that. I mean, from a consumer standpoint, when you're buying a video game, what is the difference between an AI generating a mock-up of an idea that eventually gets redone down the road by an actual artist to remake it in more of a detailed oriented way? Because I know some games, they start with the pre-generated stuff and they slowly replace the pre-generated stuff with like real generated stuff that takes longer, but it's mostly pre-generated to get the game put together into a shell so they can actually put it out for people to test it. And then people are like, oh, pre-generated assets, AI generated bullshit, it's just a slop game, it's disgusting, they used AI. It's like, bro, we use AI for everything. Like, seriously, if you put in information into something and it pops out an answer, I feel like, I mean, maybe that's too simplified of a definition of AI, but I feel like if you ask something a question and it gives you an answer, I feel like that's borderline AI. Something that can, like, give you an answer. Like when you fucking talk to Alexa and it searches the internet and it gives you answers. Or when you go into Google and you type in a fucking question, it pops up with a bunch of shit and answers. Or if you fucking grab your damn calculator and you plug in a bunch of goddamn numbers. I mean, that's a little less AI, but just saying, like, it gives you the damn answer. And you're going to be super hypercritical because somebody that's generating a video game, because of how long it takes and how much effort is in it, they're like trying to save some time so people can actually enjoy the game and get into it and test it and have fun with it and give their feedback. It's trying to circumvent some time-consuming aspects by using some AI to cut some corners in the start. Like, I don't see a problem with that. Like, I can't tell you how many times I've seen reviews that was like, this is just AI generated bullshit slop, and I'm playing the game and I'm like, well, it's fun. Like I don't see the slop. I don't see the disgusting factor to it. I definitely see the game as kind of fun. It's kind of interesting. The combat's smooth. I'm enjoying it. Like, yeah, I could use work. It can use some, extra oomph to it. It can use some polish or whatever, but it's fun. Like, at the end of the day, that's what we're looking for. We're looking for enjoyment. We're looking for something that is enjoyable to log into and to play, right? Doesn't matter how it was created. I mean, fuck, people enjoy playing, going onto Twitch and doing Twitch plays Pokemon. Like, fucking kidding me right now? And you're gonna dog on a creator because they used AI to generate some stuff. It's not like you went into fucking AI and went into an AI program and said, hey, build me a game with these specs. And then they're like, oh, hey guys, look, I made a game after 15 minutes of work. Like that's not what they did. Like, you fucking kidding me? Like, here guys, let's go to ChatGPT and say, hey, ChatGPT, make me an MMORPG game that looks like RuneScape, but it's not. And be like, hey guys, I made a game. It's called Burner Shores. Like, it's not like I did that. Not saying that creator. Don't take my words out of context. It's not that I'm saying that guy did that, because he definitely didn't. I'm just saying like it was me memeing a little bit, but I'm just saying like it's not like I did that. Like, you know what I mean? Like if you did something like that, then yeah, sure, people would be pissed, right? But if you're like, all right, let's make the layout. Okay, let's add some trees. So you buy some pre-generated trees so you don't have to create them right now and you can deal with it later. They cost you like $5 and you just plop these trees around, you know, have some, you know, save yourself some time. All right, let's get some pre-generated bushes and some grass, you know, some foliage and stuff. Let's get some rocks. You know, let's get some terrain. We don't have to generate it ourselves. And now let's put it all together and whatever way we want to like edit the world, and later go back through, polish it up, you know, make it your own, and like Bob's your uncle. Like who the fuck cares, man? Like people piss me off. And what's even funnier is 99.9% of these people that are making these like bold allegations of like just, oh, dog shit game, 0 out of 10, they used AI to generate stuff. It's like, okay, what game have you made? What assets have you created into a video game and implemented and designed yourself? How much effort have you ever put into doing one of these? Have you ever released something? Have you ever even attempted? Oh, the answer is no? Well, how about you shut the fuck up? How about you go and make something so we can all critique on how dog shit you made? Like, that's what I'm pissed about, right? Is people are so fast to dog on somebody else's work and their I don't know what you call it, like their love child or whatever the fuck, right? So quick to downvote it, so quick to talk about how bad it is, give zero creative like criticism on how they can make it better, or you know they're just negative, 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 and then like, but they've never once in their life tried to make anything themselves. They never once could even attempt to come close to what this person has made, but they're fast to talk about how bad it is. God. I have to pee. I'll be right back. Give me a minute. Sent out of context and try the lawyers. Fuck you, it just fucked up. All right, sorry, the cat was being fucking annoying. Uh, going to get a pre-generated growth. Hell yeah, that's what I'm talking about, Edge. I guarantee you, Chat GPT could make you one of those. Right. But like, the only reason I bring up all that ranting was because when I was looking at it into Quinfall, like I was looking at all the reviews, I was looking at some videos of people, and like everybody's complaints were like, it's a scam, it's dog shit, they're using pre-generated assets, and like just all this other stupid ass like comments people were like posting, and just like, don't get me wrong, I'm not saying that they're wrong, like because they could be right. I'm not gonna look into it or anything, but like I'm just saying, like, at the end of the day, like, does that really matter if a game is good or bad? Like, if your favorite game is RuneScape, do you think RuneScape sorry, has 100% authentic items from start to finish their entire time that they've ever made the game? Do you think they've never used AI to generate something? Or they haven't, for once in their entire lifespan, had some sort of pre-generated like materials that they've used in some way, shape, or form, like reused pre-generated shit, like or World of Warcraft or any of these other MMOs that you guys seem to like. Oh, did I say Edge? Sorry, Edge. I mean, don't we all? We all want a pre-generated perfect girlfriend, don't we? One that lets us play our video games, doesn't bitch and yell at us. I mean, I already basically have one of those, so I mean, I'm good, but like, but I'm just saying, all gamers, don't all gamers basically want one of those? Okay, can we fucking hit this bowler? I mean, I'm not. I somewhat agree with you. I don't know the numbers, Dig, but I will say, with the added caveat from my perspective, is I feel like MMO creation, like creating a new MMO, is kind of dead. In order for you to make a legit impact on the MMO scene and actually have a successful like game, I feel like is so like the odds are stacked so hard against you. It's not even worth trying to do. Like you have better odds of winning the lottery almost and being struck by lightning at the same time. Like I honestly feel like you have better odds of that happening than for you to make an MMO and be successful from launch. And the only reason I say that is because between the development time it would take to make an MMO worthwhile with enough content that wouldn't piss people off at launch, with enough polish and quality of life, you would either have to spend a ridiculously exorbitant amount of money to pay enough people to get it done in a reasonable amount of time, or you're going to piss everybody off because of how long it's going to take you to create it, right? And that's the problem, is towing that line between how long it takes you to make the game and how much content and polish the game has on release. Because I mean, we've talked about it, is like when a game comes out, you're like, oh, it's not polished, it's clunky, it's not even full, like it's not even in a full release state, it's still like beta or alpha, like it just doesn't feel good. Like we always have problems with these games, they come out unpolished, unready. Where you know what I mean, back in the day when a game came out, it was fucking ready, right? Yeah, there was launch problems, there was bugs, there was glitches, but the game was pretty much solid. It was pretty much ready to go. Nowadays, they give us a tenth of what the game is, and they're like, here you go, we'll be adding it over the time, over time. Here's, you know what I mean, blah, blah, blah. Like, and you have to toe that line as a developer on how long it takes you to develop your game before you lose traction and people start, like, not wanting to play your game, thinking it's a scam, thinking that it's never going to come out, thinking that you're moving too slow as a dev, and if it takes you this long and you're moving this slow, then it's not looking good for the future of releases of extra content. And so you start, like, running into this problem where you're not developing it fast enough, but if you develop it too fast and you don't do it right, then your game's shit because it's lacking content, or it's not polished, or it's missing quality of life, or you fuck something up, or the release didn't go smoothly, and login issues, and crashes, and like, you have all these other things that you have to fucking worry about and deal with. Not to mention actually getting the systems in place in the game and getting things for them to do, making sure there's in-game loops that are worth playing, getting systems right, figuring out your fucking monetization so people aren't like pay to win. Oh, you can put your credit card information in this game, pay to win. Oh, the only thing you can buy is a skin for your pet, still pay to win. It's like, bro, you fucking kidding me right now? You call the game pay to win because you can put your credit card in is bullshit. Now, if you can put your credit card in and you can get some sort of advantage, okay, sure. Like, we can argue that all day. It depends on in my opinion, it depends on the advantage. But in most people's eyes, if there's any advantage to be gained, it's pay to win. So, I mean, like I said, in the bare bones, nittiest grittiest, okay, sure, I can get behind that. Whatever. But then at that point, it's like, okay, well, how much do we sell the game for then? Do we sell it for $40 and piss everybody off because it's too expensive? Do we sell it for $10 and not make enough money to keep the doors open? Do we have monetization in a way where it makes people like want to spend money or need to spend money? Okay, well, now we're entering the line of like pay to win. It's like, okay, well, do we go into the aspect of membership? Oh, well, now we just alienated 80% of the population because most people don't want to play a membership based game. It's just like, you can't fucking win on any front making a game nowadays, purely because nobody is ever fucking happy. People want their game now. They want that instant satisfaction, instant gratification of a game coming out as fast as possible, but they want it to be perfect. They want it to be polished like a fucking diamond. They want there to be everything they could ever want in the video game, with as much content as their heart can desire, with an endless in-game loop that never stops, that's fun to do. Doesn't have any glitches, doesn't have any bugs, doesn't have anything wrong with it. The launch goes smooth. It's a free-to-play game with no monetizations and no monthly memberships, and like, that's what people want. And it's impossible. It's literally impossible to make a game that suits all that criteria. So you're more likely to succeed on a single-player game, or like indie-based games like Stardew Valley, like simulators and things like that. Simulators do very well. Single player like RPGs do very well. Horror games, puzzle games, strategy games, all these other games do so much better nowadays than MMOs, because every single MMO that comes out is being judged against the older games. It's like, oh, well, why would I play this when I can just play WoW? Oh, why would I do this if I can just play Final Fantasy 14? Or I can just play Albion? Or I can just play RuneScape? Or a fucking slew of 100 other fucking older games that have more content, more polish, less things wrong with it. Like, it's just, like I said, I'm not saying MMOs are dead. What I'm saying is the MMOs that are currently out are stifling the market, and not even them per se, but the consumers are stifling the market because of the MMOs that are currently out, spoiling them to the point where they have no reason to play any other games or give any other games a chance. That, I think, is what the true problem is when it comes to creating an MMO going forward. Yeah, exactly. Just like, it costs too much money. That's what I'm saying. The amount of money it would take you to develop a game in a reasonable amount of time is so absorbent and so high. Like it's not feasible. And that's why I feel like a lot of these games, they take over 10 years to even get to an alpha state because of how much money it takes to push it along. So they cut corners by like not paying as much, but now they don't have as many people working on the project, and it takes longer and it's slower. And then when they have to like scrap something and start over, that's weeks worth of like time that they're behind, and they have no way to catch that time up. I need to catch up on what Dig was saying too. I was ranting. So when your message about the good graphics versus bad graphics, game companies wanting to release like the best graphics in the world with all the mechanics in the world, I don't think that's unrealistic, Dig, but what I would say is it's unrealistic for launch. What I would say to that is get the core of the game, the core, like the heart of the game in place, right? What the game is at its heart, get that sorted, get that set up, get that up and running, get the game kind of in a good place, and slowly, year after year, add more, right? Add a new skill, add a new profession, add a new, aspect to the game every 6 months to a year, right? Once the game is out, once people are enjoying your game, you can start adding stuff. There's nothing wrong with adding stuff after the fact, right? And like take RuneScape for example. When the game first came out in original Scape, that game, obviously it was old as fuck, but it was so bad when it comes to graphics. But the core of the game was phenomenal. The way you were like, you could sandbox, play the game however you wanted, level up whatever skills you wanted in whatever order. They had quests, they had zones, they had different kinds of armors and abilities and weapons and stuff. Like they had so much to the game for back then, and that was awesome. And then year after year, they added to it. They modified things. They made more, things to do. They gave more weapons. They upgraded certain areas. They gave you things else to do. And then at the end of the day, they upgraded to a higher resolution and a higher graphics thing down the road. They didn't reinvent the game. They just upgraded it. And there's nothing wrong with that. Now, obviously, as you upgrade the graphics, you're going to lose some people that like that nostalgia look or the specific graphic look or whatever. And then obviously if you go up a graphic and you add new content to the game, then people are going to be pissed and want the old the old stuff back. That's why there's the difference between RS3 and old school RuneScape, but you get my point. Like there's nothing holding you back from starting off in bare bones and upgrading. You can always upgrade. You can always downgrade as well, but I'm just saying, like, you don't have to start off with the most biggest bright, I mean, you can have the grandest idea to begin with, but what are we going to put out first? What is going to get us in the door? What's going to get us started so we can get the ball rolling, so we can start adding the stuff that we want to add, right? So we can slowly but surely add this new stuff into the mix, and people can be happy and enjoy what we're giving them. That is what you need to do. You don't need to take 20 years to try to develop the most grandest ideas in the world that never come to fruition because you never finish it or cost too much or whatever. You don't need to have every single mechanic at launch. You just need to have a core, good in-game loop that keeps people interested while you add more content. That's all you need. So I would say, Dig, I wouldn't say shadow drop it. What I would say is do not make a single claim about the game until you are comfortable with a 1 year out release, right? So don't even let people know. But a year out, if you have it a dead hard set, you're like, it's polished, it's ready to go. We just, want to do some fine tuning or add a couple things to it before we put it out. If that's where your game is currently at, and you're like, we're going to release it on January 1st of 2027. On January 6th of 2026, you start advertising. You get the hype building. You open up for tests, right? You do some alpha tests. You do some beta tests, right? You get people interested. You get people logged into it to try it, to do some stress tests of your servers and stuff like that through that year. And you get everything sorted for that year drop. Boom. You hit people with it. You don't start telling people, hey guys, we have an idea of a test of a game that we want to make, but it's going to take us 25 years to make it. You've already lost everybody's interest, right? I heard something about Rift. I don't know if they updated it or put out some sort of new info or something, but I know Rift hasn't been completely dead. Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. Dig is like if you look at any game, yeah, they don't have everything, right? But it's not to say that they can't have everything. It's just that most games don't think it's worth putting everything into their game. Their game is already working, their game is already a success, their game is already like in a good place. They don't think it's necessary to add more to their games. I would say the more you have to do in a game, the better. Even if only 1% of the population does that content, I think that's 1% more people doing something in your game that they're not doing in another game. So at the end of the day, I think any type of content you can add to your game, no matter how long it takes you to add it, is worth putting into your game. I just don't think it's necessary to put in at the start, right? So like in the beginning, obviously you need to get your combat sorted, right? You need to get your combat sorted, you need to get the way, your parties work, how all your abilities work, how your talent trees work, how you level up, how you get gear, your gear progression, stuff like that. You need to get some sort of like, your map laid out in a certain, way or however you want it done. And you got to get your quests all sorted out. You got to get your zones and your maps all laid out. You got maybe some dungeons so people have stuff to do while they're leveling up to get some possible like decent gear while they're leveling. I mean, maybe you don't go the raid route right off the bat, but maybe you just do some like in-game dungeon progression where you can push different difficulties for higher tier gear loot up to a certain tier. And then that gives you time for people to grind out gear to come out with a raid later. And then, maybe if you want to add PvP to the game, you figure out, okay, well, how do we modify the skills and abilities and everything so they're not overpowered in PvP, but they're not underpowered in PvE, giving them maybe different stats for PvP only stats and certain things. Like, there's a slew of things you can do just to get that core part done, because that's the core of any game. It's movement, combat, and replayability of the in-game content, which is going to be like gearing your character and doing PvP, right? And then on top of that, if you want to add in something for people to do, right, you got professions, right? Professions start off with the bare bones of professions, how to make weapons, armors, potions, and food. Oh, four professions and a couple gathering skills to go with it. That's a core to get started, right? You add a slew of ways to progress that and to make it like kind of infinitely daisy chained for in-game processes for people to bring into high tier dungeons or to bring into PvP events and stuff like that. And boom, you got yourself a very small, easy contained game, right? And then every 6 months, your goal is to add something to this game. Add a raid plus a new profession. Add a new dungeon tier or something, right? Um, to progress you into a new zone, like a new zone with like higher, you know what I mean? Like maybe at the year mark, you upgrade, maybe not the level cap, but the zone goes like to like another zone, which gives even slightly better gear and has a new dungeon. And then 6 months later, you try and add like another profession and another like raid or something. So it's like every 6 months you're adding something to the game, and after a year or two, you have a decent game. It takes time, like you said, it's gonna take forever. But if you're constantly adding stuff and you're constantly updating the game and changing things and constantly adding to it, and making it better and better year after year, month after month, people are going to be satisfied. PlayStation State of Play? No. A John Wick game? So it's just going to be a game of running around and shooting people. That sounds like Max Payne. It sounds like it's been done before. Sounds like any Splinter Cell game, any Max Payne style game. It sounds like any game that has a guy with a gun that's running around a single player map killing people. I don't see a difference. Alright, this guy's still AFKing. This loot. Yep, shocker. Yeah, and at the end of the day, that's basically what it boils down to. Is like a lot of the stuff is not going to be like up my alley. Like, it's not that I have a problem with single player games. I truly don't have a problem with single player games. I think single player games are great games. The problem I have with single player games is I like to play with people. Not all the time, right? Obviously, I play a lot of solo, right? But if I want to group up with people to do some content or to have some fun, I want the ability to be able to. That's why I like online co-op. At least at a bare minimum, online co-op is worth it because like Stardew Valley, I can group up with some friends, we can go do some stuff, we can have some fun, you know, and that's fine. That's perfectly fine and dandy for me. I'm happy with that. But like if it's purely single player, there's no way to play with anybody else. It kind of just like, what's the point? For me personally, right? It's like, what's the point? Like, I'm here to have fun. I'm here to hang out with people and play games with people and, you know, just have a good time. And playing by myself while I'm streaming just doesn't sound fun. Like, I mean, it's not a big deal, right? Like, it's not like I couldn't have fun doing that. Because you guys sitting here telling me how dumb I am watching me fail playing like, you know, Dark Souls or something like that, or any of those other single player games. Like, you guys watching me fail miserably and talking shit to me and stuff like this, sure, fine, whatever, you know, it is what it is. But like at the end of the day, it doesn't need to be something like that. I mean, it could be, it doesn't have to be. I'm not opposed to it, but I'd rather like we be able to jump into the game together and just hang out, you know. What up, mate? Yeah, and I understand exclusives, right? It gives people a reason to want to even have your console or device. I get it. But I also dislike the exclusiveness sometimes because like if I don't own a console and there's this badass game that came on a console, now I have to go out and buy a console. Now I have to make sure I'm buying consoles as they're coming out so I can keep up with the console game. I have to keep making sure I'm updating my PC so I can keep playing PC games. You know, maybe I have to buy a PlayStation as well and an Xbox so I can make sure I have all the exclusive games. It just gets a little much, you know, spending fucking thousands of dollars. Like you're talking like every couple years between I would say every like 5 years between upgrading your PCs and upgrading like your consoles, you're looking at probably 10 grand every like 5-10 years just to keep your equipment all up to date. This Asmon troll, whatever, Asmon Troy, pretty fucking annoying. Just sitting here farming lodestone, like. I wonder if he's a bot though. I mean, I don't think so. Cause he was just sitting there waiting for the order spawn, and he didn't come over here. He saw me come this way. I wouldn't say he's not, but we gotta find another place to farm. If he's gonna farm here, I need to farm somewhere else. I'm not gonna lie, Dig. I saw an article that I think until like the 18th or the 16th, MMORPG Maker is free to play or to mess with on Steam right now. I mean, you'll lose access to it after the free state, but supposedly it's free right now. Bro, it made me so interested to want to download it just to tinker. Because I'm so tired of playing these games that don't have the stuff that I want to do in them. Like, the games are fun, the games are good and all, but it's always lacking something. Like, we've talked about it before, it's always lacking fucking something. Something in the game is always just kind of meh, you know, like, I want more to do. I want more in-game stuff that I enjoy doing. I'm looking for some more lodestone. Like, this is what I'm looking at right now. So this is where we're currently at. See how much lodestone is here? This is why people do it here. The next closest place is like, I think this. Which doesn't seem bad, but I've never done this one and I don't know the route, right? And then I don't know how to deal with this pattern. Because if I start here and I go like here to here and I have to run all the way down here to get down to here. But if I start here, like, how do I... Because I don't know if these are uphills or downhills. I don't know how well that would work. And this one I tried to do, but I couldn't fucking figure it out. So we can go here and try this one. Because this is like a... Because typically what you would do is you'd hit one, and then you teleport and do the other, and then you teleport and do the other, and then you rinse and repeat, you know? Alright, so weavers... Alright, we'll try this one again. I couldn't figure it out last time I did this one. It's going pretty good, mate. I got a good night's sleep. I'm just chilling. I woke up a little after 11. Ate some tacos. Feeling pretty good. Oh, man. But yeah, feeling pretty good so far. All right, so we basically got to go this way, it looks like. And then we got to, like, wrap this. So... I think it's like this rock. Yeah, I hope you're doing well. Appreciate you stopping in. Yeah, see, someone's already been here too. It's like, so this is the problem we're running into, right? It's like, I don't know this route, so I don't know where all the ore is. We gotta head over to that one. Then we gotta head up to the mountain, it looks like. Yeah, you can see it's like up and down. Kind of makes things difficult. And then we gotta head, I think, straight up here. Supposed to be some more. Yeah, so someone's already running through here. And then you wrap along the bottom of this, it looks like. Probably on top. If I'm being honest, it's probably some on top. Which makes this even more annoying. I don't see any rocks down here. Yeah, I don't like this place. Like, it's a good loop, but it's already been taken, and like, it's so many ups and downs. Like, you'd have to like come up here first, I feel like, just to get these rocks, and then jump down and do the other ones. Is it because of the statue bonuses? I wasn't sure if the statue one was better than the increased AFK gains. I saw that Griffey reprinted, and I was gonna ask you guys if it was worth it. But if it is worth it, then yeah, I'll probably do it. Probably come Monday. I'll do some reprints. Maybe I'll do like maybe 1 or 2 today. And then I'll do because I might actually reprint on a speed run for the sheepies that I didn't reprint last time. And I'm gonna just try to push through World 6. I'm not gonna do like a super good speed run, but I'm gonna try and push into World 7. Try to see if I can get some World 7 prints as well. Alright.
Right now.
Yeah, thanks for the hydrate though. Alright, so not a lot up here, not a lot there, not a lot here. Like this is all too spread out. That's only a few, not near fast travel. Same thing here. Same thing here. Like this one's like really spread out. It's a long daisy chain and it's not too bad. But I mean, I might get more doing this than I would be doing the other route. Just because like if no one's taking this, at least I can get some. There's a few there, few there. Like I said, this is the only other like these are the 2 best ones it looks like. Cuz this one's like a complete U-turn, but it's intermixed with like I'm pretty sure there's mobs all through there. This one's probably free. These are near mobs unless they're like on like mountains, I can't tell. Like that's just a shit show it seems like. Like there's a small pack up here I could probably try go for. Like jump down, do this, come back, you know. And then teleport to like back down to Cutlass and then just run this and then teleport. Like I could probably try to do that, try and get some. But maybe we try here first. And then we'll try that one really quick. And then we'll try the Cutlass one again. Tried the Cutlass one at a time and I couldn't figure it out because I think I missed it. So it's worth it. All right. But yeah, Dig, like we were talking about it the other day and we were like, you know, kind of spitballing some things. And I would love to have a game to play that kind of went along that criteria that we were talking about. The problem is I would never want to host my own game. Does that make sense? Like if I would never want to make a game and be like the developer of a game to put it out for other people to play. It's too stressful. Because I would never get to play the game. Between having to actually like create content, fix bugs, put out updates, you know, constantly developing and creating things and trying to progress the game at a non-stop rate, I would never get to actually play the game. Like even if I eventually was able to like make some money and pay people to do the work for me, I still would hardly ever get to play the game. That's why I said before that if I was to ever do something like that, I would want to do it as like a consultant more than anything. And I'd like to give my feedback, give my information, and let them make it so I can just play it later. I want my job to be just to give input of the things that I like and dislike about games and like testing it and playing it and enjoying it and having a good time and then giving them my feedback. That's all I would rather be doing. Because yes, at the end of the day, if you develop it yourself, you're going to develop what you want. You're going to develop what you like. And there's nothing wrong with that. The thing that becomes wrong with that is you're developing a perfect game for yourself that you can never play. You know what I mean? Like, what's the point of developing a game that you would love that you can never play? It just doesn't seem like, seems dumb. But like you said as well, too, Dig, like I feel like making a game that you would love, starting off with like MMORPG Maker, that 2D kind of just top-down view, and using some plugins to change the combat method so it suits the combat style you're shooting for instead of like turn-based or something. I feel like that is like what you want to do. You want to start with that, so it doesn't take long to create, doesn't take that long to develop. It's just mostly about the core stuff that you add in between the professions, the map, you know, just the core essence of the game. Once all that's in place, And if it works and people are enjoying it, that's where you go to like upgrade it graphically, or you know, using like inputting it into like a new engine to get like better fine details, and you know, ASTW movement, and you know, like camera looks like this and stuff, instead of top down asymmetric kind of styles and stuff. Like I don't know, I feel like it's possible, but at the end of the day, like I said, if I was to make my own game, I would never get to play it, and that's why I would kind of refuse to do it. But it kind of piqued my interest. I remember when I was really young, I'm talking like, I think I was like 8 years old or something. A buddy of mine, he had MMORPG maker of some kind. I mean, it was a very long time ago. Um, it was a style of that, but he was like tinkering around in it when we were really young, and he was like really into Dragon Ball and stuff like that back then. Still is. He's kind of a anime nerd. Nothing wrong with that, but like super anime nerd. Like he pretends that he is these characters in real life, and he does the stances and he does the special moves, and like I said, he's a little over the top. But he was making his own like maps and stuff like that. He was doing like a side scroller kind of game. It was kind of cool, but obviously it never went anywhere. All right, so we're gonna run this, and we're gonna look for lodestone along this road. So supposedly there's one up here on the left. Probably by these. Yeah, okay. There's that one. And then there's another one on the left around this bend near some buildings, it looks like. Oh, I don't know. But talking to Edge about Quinfall yesterday, I mean, I agree with a lot of his points. But I also think that, like, yes, what he says is valid and true. I don't think any of it really affects me personally. I think I'm okay with what Quinfall's pay to win aspects of the game are, because I don't think that it really impacts me as a person in my playstyle. So I think it's fine. Everything that it has to offer, I think, overshadows that small little downside to it. I'm just trying to think, like, yeah, I would have fun doing professions. I would have fun like exploring the game and doing combat and whatever else. But I also think that at 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 the end of the day, what exactly would I be getting out of the game, right? Like same thing with like this game. What exactly am I getting at? Like I get to this like weird epiphany, and I'm like sitting here, like, what at the end of the day, like what exactly am I doing? What exactly am I getting from this? Like what is my reasoning for playing this? It passes time, yeah. It gives me something to do, but I have nothing to show for it at the end of the day. Oh, right click stops you? You know what I'm saying? Like even like that was kind of the problem I had with WoW too. It's like, oh yeah, I'm doing this, I'm doing this, I'm doing this. Cool, it's fun, it's great, it's cool and dandy. Yeah, yeah, yeah. But then I stopped playing. It's like, well, now what? I have nothing to show for it. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like if I played Windfall, I'd get to max level and probably max out my professions. I'd have like a bunch of maybe gold or leveled up content, character and stuff, but I would have nothing to do, right? Like, what would I be doing at the end of the game? What would be my in-game loop? Like, I'm not going to be sitting there like crafting best in slot gear and trading it to people and selling it and making money, because then at the end of the day, like, what's all that money really even worth? What am I going to do with all that extra money? We need to go here. I don't know. I'm definitely not losing interest in video games. I'm losing interest in like the end result. Like, what's the point? Like, obviously, I've said it before, 99% of the enjoyment of the video games comes from the journey of getting to the end. And then once you're at the end, I feel like there's not much enjoyment left of a game, right? That's how I feel about games, and that's how I've been more and more like leaning towards for years. And even more leaning towards it nowadays. It's like if the game doesn't have a fun journey, I feel like what's the point of playing it? Because once you're at the end, and you know, what else is there to do? What else do you have to do? Where's the enjoyment? Where's the, oh shit, I finally finished this, you know what I mean? Like, now what? I don't know. Kind of just at a loss right now. I think I'm just, honestly, just game lost right now. Without having, like, it's been so long since I've had, like, a forever game for me that I feel like gaming is just kind of second nature. It's just a habit at this point. And I haven't enjoyed it as much as I have in the past just because I've lost some sort of passion for it. I still love playing video games, but I think that's just like I said, kind of maybe the nostalgia from playing them more than it is anything else. All right, so this worked out pretty well. We did get a decent amount of lodestone doing this. It might not be as efficient as doing the other one because the other one's like a lot closer together, but no one's farming it, so we can at least get some. If we follow this around, there should be another one like right around here somewhere. This one might be up to the top. And then I think there's one under the bridge and then past the bridge. And then we just run to fast travel. Oh. But yeah, I don't know. I definitely, I'm gonna keep an eye on Quinfault. And then as we reach the end of our New World playthrough, we'll most likely, depending on as long as it's continuing like looking good, I'll definitely be buying that game, jumping into it, and experiencing what it has to offer. For sure. Because like I said, it has so much. Tons of professions. The map is absolutely ridiculous. Combat is whatever. The gearing system is kind of horrid, but it is what it is. But it is what it is. Alright, so that'll be our lodestone route, it looks like. We do both of those routes. Should end up with a decent amount of lodestone each time. And then we should be able to just head down here to a fast travel. That's seriously where the fast travel is at? It is. That's really far. Could just end recall, which I think is better. Yeah, I'm just gonna end recall. Because we don't need to loop it more than once. We can just end recall here after we do both of those. And then we just need regular stone anyway. Oh my god! Ugh. Oh, mate. So we ended up, I think we're at 1 star damage now. Remember I told you when you get to like 5 or 6 star damage? We got to 1 star damage on idle skilling. We made some pretty huge progress. And we still have more to make. We're doing some side progression stuff right now. Trying to fill in some blanks and stuff. Alright, we got to 88. Alright. Regular stone, no. Yeah, so what we were talking about before, yeah. In order to be able to kill the mob that's relatively close to what we need, so we can like daisy chain our way into it, uh, we needed roughly 5-ish, 6-ish star damage. And like I said, we're like 5,000 star damage right now, like 5,001 star damage. So we're making some good progress there. We still have a bunch of asylums to kill and a bunch of asylum upgrades to put in place. We still have some more upgrades from Afterlife to put into place because we just started doing that. We still have spelunking to hella dive into. We have more potions to dive into. Oh, we have more trekking to invest into. Sorry. Oh man. And then we have our card system that we need to upgrade. We unlocked all the card slots, but now we need to upgrade the cards that we're going to use for damage. And then we need to unlock the rest of the cards and then upgrade the passive cards on top of all of that. We have a bunch of card upgrades to do. We have, I think we have a couple. We still need to do some more ascension point stuff, but we definitely need to do some rebirth stuff. The rebirths are behind. Now that we have star damage, we might go for another ice cream cone. Another ice cream cone could bring us a little bit more damage and so we have a lot we can do. It's just very time consuming. Yeah, because the problem that we're running into right now is we need damage, right? Obviously, damage is going to become a problem very soon. Because like I said, we need to get to like 6-star damage. We're only at 1-star damage. So that is one problem we're still working towards. We're always going to be working towards damage. But kill per kill is now becoming the problem. Kill per kill was never a problem up until now. And the reason I say kill per kill is now a problem is because now one mob, in order to move from one mob to the next mob, it's taking billions of kills. Instead of it taking like hundreds of thousands and maybe a million or two, it's taking billions. So instead of being able to clear a thing like an hour or something, it's taking me hours, if not like 10 plus hours, just to clear one mob because of how many kills it's taking. Even though I can one-shot them, it's mostly about like how many kills each kill counts for. I need to grow my kill per kill a shit ton, and I need to grow my damage a shit ton. I think my attacks per second is perfectly fine. I think my defense is perfectly fine. As long as I can one-shot everything, I think we're good. And I need to finish up the Crusade because Crusade is just not leveling. The tinkering equipment stuff isn't leveling. So I need to level up the tinkering a lot. I need to get it to like 99 because it's at like 70 right now or 65 or something. I need to get it to 99 so I can make all the armor. And then I need to invest in a specific damage set for the character because that's what we're lacking right now. We're lacking damage from the equipment crafted, and I need to then enhance that equipment with enhancement stones to juice it even further, and that's kind of what we're lacking right now. And that's gonna be kind of our next thing to invest into. But like I said, one piece after the other, it's slowly coming together. We'll have it for you eventually, obviously, but at least it's coming together. Yeah, trekking's taking quite a while. Trekking has always been a real slow thing. I tried putting some effort into gaming over the weekend as well, and that just made zero progress, man. So I took palette off so I could try to work on my logbook, and I got zero progress. And in like 24 hours of messing with gaming, I didn't get a single logbook upgrade. Granted, I mean, I'm shooting for tier 8 plants. I'm pretty sure I have tier 8 plants unlocked. I don't know how to confirm that, but I'm pretty sure my plants can hit tier 8. That's what I'm trying to unlock, is the tier 8 first plant. And it's just, it's not working. Not working at all. I'm stuck on tier 7s across the board. I have an entire platform. I have 19 tier 7 uh first plants on the board. And I just cannot get them to hit tier 8s. Oh. Let's close the interactive map. I don't need that anymore, I don't think. Get your small nugget, yeah. I think with my nugget being where it's at, I think if I can grow my logbook, I think my gaming won't be too bad off. Because I can get to like 100 bill in a couple days. I mean, obviously hitting trillions or above is like not really going to happen very easily. I don't really know what more to do for my gaming other than just investing into like gaming bits from Hole. I think that's like the only thing I could probably do. Back into the base. I think it's at like 57. So like 101 times multiplier or something like that. If I remember correctly. It says like 57 out of 72. And I'm assuming since it says 72, it means I have tier 8 plants unlocked, but I'm not 100% on that. We're going to run out of sandpaper soon. Yeah. I feel like 57 is like a pretty common spot to get stuck at. We're at 190. What is 200? This, right? Yeah, this is where it gets real. It gets difficult, I think. But it also gives us pure solvent instead of sandpaper. We have 7 or 6. Alright, so here's what we're going to do. We're going to dump off some stuff. We're going to go and get... Holy... we're going to dump off what we have. Let's save some room, and then... I'm just going to put this in overflow, I guess. Actually, do we have room for that? Alright, I think we're good on space now. Alright. Go do a chest run real quick. And it open. We'll do this. Set our decks. This. The third one doesn't seem to set properly anyway. Alright. Then we put on. Oh. Could do our chest run. We haven't done one today, so should be doing these more often. But yeah, I'll show you what I've been doing, mate, for my gaming. So for my gaming, I have a whole platform of tier 1 plants. Like if you see like tier 7, tier 7, tier 7, tier 7, tier 7, 7, 7, 7, 7, 7, 7. This one's a 6. 7, 6, 7, 7, 7, 7. Actually, that's a 6 as well. So I have like 3 6s and everything else is 7. But I have this chem plant, right? What I've been doing is I've been clicking the 21st plant until I get another chem, right? And once I get another chemical, I then use the one chem I have to level that chem up, and then I rinse and repeat that process back and forth between the two chems. Right? So I get anywhere from 1 day to 1.5 days of progress every time I claim a chem. And it doesn't take too long to get a chemical plant. Sometimes it might take me like 30 minutes. Sometimes it's like really quick. Sometimes it takes me an hour. I don't know. It's very various. Just depends on how much I'm paying attention and how long it truly like RNG takes. But eventually I get one, and then I do that, and then I get to do the log. You know what I mean? And then once I do the chem plus the log, and I have like a bunch of extra progress time, like all right, then we rinse and repeat that process, and we've gotten a lot done. It's just we haven't been able to get any tier 8s. And what I mean by a lot done is like we haven't unlocked any plants, like any extra logbook plants, but like we've been making a lot of like hour progressions, right? A lot of time progression on these plants, trying to get uh this logbook upgrade. And I like how Tover's like, yeah, man, I clicked one chem and I was done. And I'm like, how the fuck did you click one chemical and you finish your fucking logbook? Like, I've clicked so many of these things. I mean, don't get me wrong, my growth speed is only 2.7 seconds, but so it takes a little longer. But this is what I've been doing, right? Just letting it cook. I was hoping to get a chem really quick and then do a little clicky click, you know. That's what I was hoping for. All right, one more click. Yeah, let this cook. All right, where else we go? What does more crops do for you? Does it give you like higher mutation chance or something? It's Evo chance now? Like, well, that's what I'm saying. What was it before? Like I said, I have a really bad memory with things until I actually physically see it and I experience it and I do it myself. Like talking about things, it comes in, I understand it, and I'm part of the conversation, but then like after the conversation's over, I kind of don't retain some of the information. So it's like that's why I'm asking, is like having more total crops like identified or whatever, identified crops, that gives. Could you say fix it so it's actually Evo chance now? Evo chance would be like crop evolution chance. How does that equate to speed? And does that equate to gaming speed or like farming speed? Because I'm looking at gaming, not farming. So like once again, now I'm even more lost. I know it's hard to like convey in words sometimes when you're typing, so. Oh, it was speed. Oh, okay. I think it was so far away and it actually hit me. I hate the dual dagger guys. It's so annoying. Oh, all right. Welcome back from the ad, guys. But anyway, so the question still remains: if I have more crops discovered, it gives me more evolution chance, which is for gaming? Question mark? I feel like you said crop evo, right? Oh, this guy was dead. What the fuck? He said it gives Evo chance now. So if that's the case, it just has a higher chance for it to go to the next plant, right? And that's for gaming specifically. Because the way it's worded in gaming is, I think it says mutation, right? Doesn't it say mutation chance? Yeah. Does chance to, okay, so chance to evolve. Okay, so I thought it was mutation because it's in the mutation section. Okay. Yeah. So sprouts have a percentage chance to evolve on each growth cycle. So mine's only 21.49%. So if I have more plants, that will go up. Is what we're getting at? Okay. Which we're getting to a point where I'm going to start progressing my farming. I think I've almost unlocked all of the non-gem land plots. Really? I went right over his shoulder. Yeah, I think we're almost done getting all of the unlocks for with plants for all the land plots. And then we'll I'll probably start back over. Like I'll do a bean reset at that point, I think. And do the day market upgrades from there. Because there's a lot of day market upgrades I haven't done yet. Oh. But there's some for like chance, there's some for speed, some for overgrowth and things like so, EXP or whatever. I think we'll invest into those. put some effort into those. While we're getting the 1,000 of each crop, getting the speed up and up and up. I think that's what we're like I said, we're getting there with the farming finally. I need to eventually do my Zenith statue turn in so I can start like leveling statues, because I'm pretty much right there where I want to be. Like, I should just get like turn my Zenith in, get as many Zeniths as I can. Because the only statues that I haven't gotten a million statues for so far, I think, is World 6 and 7. All right. Oh. Okay, seriously, I know I missed the last two, but I just gave up. I missed my first shot, and then I missed my actual rapid fire shot. Wild, man. Missed so many shots like that. Oh man. I can't wait to give another game a shot. Like, it's not that I'm disliking this game. I think I'm finally running out of interest. I'm slowly but surely running out of interest in the game. So I think we're nearing the end of the Ironman. Like, I still have so much to do, but we're definitely nearing the end. 45 days of this, and I think I'm finally running out of interest. What up, Thor? It's not that I still don't have interest in the game, right? As I still do have interest. It's just, do I have enough interest to continue finishing it? Because the problem is Quinfall is really, really, really waning on my interest in this game, making me want to play the other one. Just woke up. Well, I'm glad you got some sleep. Appreciate you stopping on in. Yeah, I don't know. I think the release of Quinfall kind of is dampening my enjoyment of the Ironman. That plus finishing this fucking stone cutting fucking profession is really hurting my soul. Like, I feel like I'm getting like fucking nowhere with it. The progress on the stone cutting one is just so horrendous. Like, we finished the metal one. The metal one was a pain in the ass because it takes a lot of extra resources. But we finished the metal one, and then we busted through the wood one. We busted through the leather one. We fucking crushed the harvesting one. And now we're on the stone one that just fucking sucks donkey balls. You know what I mean? It's just like so terrible. This guy's gonna come back to life. Of course, I missed my one shot because he staggered and stepped. Not only did he stagger, but he stepped backwards as well and leaned back. Like, he did everything you possibly could do animation-wise. to avoid my fucking hit without like intentionally trying to avoid it like a human being. You didn't die either? Oh, Lord. I don't know. I think my biggest argument for Quinfall is purely the fact that, yes, it needs work. Yes, it's not quite, like, up to snuff. But for everything that it offers you, even in its, like, not quite polished state, for only $10, I don't think you could pass it up. Like, I don't think you're gonna ever beat that monetary value for what actually is offered in the game. I don't think any other game offers as much as that game offers for as little as it's giving. Oh, I definitely want to play it, and that's what's ruining my Iron Man playthrough right now. It's like, all I can think about is how I want to play that game and not this game. But I'm worried that if I go and play it before finishing this, I'm never going to come back and finish this. That's my big problem. Because you guys know me. Like, once I stop playing something, the odds of me coming back to it are typically pretty low. Penicillin? I'm allergic to penicillin, so I don't know much about it. But taking meds in general sucks. So that I can definitely agree with. Wait, it needs to be taken on an empty stomach? I've never known a med that says you have to take it on an empty stomach. Granted, I don't take that many meds. I mean, how many times a day do you need to take it? You just need to take it once a day, or is it twice a day? Because what I'm thinking is, like, you should be on an empty stomach when you wake up. 3 times? Okay, that sucks. Yeah, that does suck. I was gonna say, because, like, when you first wake up, if you just take your pill when you first wake up, you should be fine. And then I feel like taking it before you make dinner, right? Because I don't know how long you need to be on an empty stomach for it to be effective, right? Because like pills take a while to digest, they take a while to start working. Can't eat 2 hours before taking them. Can't eat 1 hour after. Yeah, so that's what I was thinking. Is like, so you basically take it when you first wake up, and then I would say after that, it's like, hey, I'm gonna go to lunch. Take your pill, before you go to lunch. That way, it has time to do what it's got to do before, because you need an hour. Kind of sucks. An hour is a long time to wait. I don't know. That's not fun. Yeah, that sucks. All right, this guy's just taking too fucking long. Yeah, that's really unfortunate. So my question is like, let's say you do take your pill. How long? I'm just trying to think. Like, 3 times a day is fucking awkward. It's just obnoxious. Most pills I've ever had to take were like, hey, take it twice a day. Take it in the morning and take it at night, or take it first thing in the morning or like, you know, before bed or something like that. It was never 3 times. So I'm just trying to think, like, obviously when you first wake up is like the best time to take that, right? And then maybe drink some coffee or something, right? Take it with coffee or something. And then, you know, a couple hours later, like, you're like, all right, I'm ready for lunch. But you can't take it 2 hours, you know, like, yeah, if you eat lunch, you gotta wait 2 hours to take it. And if you, oh my god, pulled fucking 1,000 things. The entire tower pulls. Like, why? Legitimately, the entire tower pulled. I pulled every archer and every fucking caster. That's just ridiculous. What? You can't even drink fucking coffee? Yeah, that's fucking wild. I've never known penicillin, or like I said, I don't take penicillin. Can you take penicillin with coffee? We're just gonna Google it. It's best to avoid or strictly limit coffee and caffeine beverages while taking penicillin. Okay, so it's not strictly forbidden, but you probably should. That's what it says. Interesting. Yeah, I know it. I was just saying, like, I was just trying to look to see, like, what Google has to say. Because, you know, Google knows all. You can't lie on the internet, you know? Exactly. Any TP from my bunghole? Bro, seriously? Seriously. Bro. Bro. Oh. Bro, I hit ship like 5 times! Dodge again! For the love of God, just stop when I tell you to, game. Oh. Fucking tower is a fucking shit show and a half, dude. Absolute shit show. Somehow these mobs on the bottom floor pull when you're up top. Just doesn't make any fucking sense. Targeted missiles AoE. Bro, I don't know if they fixed it, but I remember when we used to play, when I used to mess with the blunderbuss inside of the forge, I would get dead hits all the time with it. Like, I'd be like really close. My circle would be dead on the boss or whatever. I'd shoot. I'd hear the impact. I'd see an impact indicator, but 0 damage would come out. It would literally do 0 damage. I get so many dead hits with that weapon. Yeah, that sounds awful, Thor. That's absolutely dreadful. I'd be like, yo, Doc, give me something that's actually plausible. You know, give me like a twice a day kind of pill. Like twice a day, I think you can make work, right? You take it when you first wake up, and you take it an hour before you go to dinner, right? Before you make dinner or whatever. It's like, oh, I'm getting a little hungry. All right, let's take our pill. Let's get ready to like make some dinner or whatever. Like, that's tolerable. But having to also deal with lunch, like that's a problem. Like you can take it when you first wake up, and you can wait an hour to do breakfast. That's fine. But it's the whole like middle of the day lunch part that's like a pain in the ass, right? Yeah, I'd rather not. Rather not. I'd rather just be sick. Rather COVID just take me. Oh man. But I don't know, man. I'm in such a gaming slump lately. Like there's games that I like, games that I'm interested in playing, but even though I'm interested in playing them, I never would play them because they would just take too much of my life. Does that make any sense? Like I kind of refuse to play certain games because of how much time they would take to actually play. The Guild Wars 2 is purely because I'm not interested in going back to that game when I have other games I still want to play. That's the only reason why I haven't gone back to Guild Wars 2. Even though a lot has changed, I feel like in order for me to get a full like enjoyment of Guild Wars 2, I'd have to buy some more DLCs, which means I wouldn't be going into it free. Um, I just have other games that I still want to try. Still want to try Albion. I still want to try Final Fantasy 14. I obviously have this Quinfall that's hella interesting me right now. Wanted to finish this. I have the Windcraft I really want to play, which is once again free to play. Like I just have all these other things that are higher up my to-do list. And that's the only reason why I haven't jumped back into Guild Wars 2. Yep, that animation lock though. That animation lock. Let's go. That didn't kill me or anything. Christ. Because why wouldn't you add an animation lock to an ability that has fucking 5-second cast time? Like, why wouldn't you add? Like, why would you add an animation lock to that? I don't know, I definitely want to game with you. One of the few people in the world that I actually enjoy playing games with, that actually puts up with my bullshit and hasn't defriended me by now. Pretty shocked, to be honest. Very commendable. I am a very difficult person sometimes. Half expected a rebuttal of sometimes, question mark? What do you mean sometimes? What crack you be smoking? He actually typed it. I looked over and I saw it. That's so funny. Yeah, the problem is I do my damnedest to not be too terrible, because like, yeah, people can tolerate it, but at the end of the day, do you want someone to tolerate you, or do you want someone to actually enjoy spending time with you? You know what I mean? Like, I don't want to be tolerated. I want someone to look forward to be like, yo, I can't wait for John to get online so we can play video games. It's more like, God, I hope John doesn't get on today, because if he does, I'm gonna have to listen to him bitch. Oh, you said it after I said it? Okay. It's still funny though. Okay, let's go do some stone. Like that's always been like I'm not a very needy person, right? But it's always been a thing of mine where I've always wanted to feel like I'm wanted. right? Like I want to know that, not saying I'm putting any pressure on anybody, you know, obviously in general, but like what I look for in my day-to-day life is I want, when I get online, I want someone to be like, yo, I've been waiting for you to get online. That kind of reaction. Not that I want them to say that, but that's the feeling I want, right? From a friend. I want them to be looking forward to me getting on to play games with, right? Because if it's not that way, it's more of dread. Like I get online and I message them and I'm like, yo, what's going on? And they're like, oh, hey, I need 5 minutes. It's like, oh, okay, I'll see you later. Let me know if you're free. Uh, right? Like I've never really had someone that like waited for me to get online. Like, what? I wouldn't say couldn't wait for me to get online to play video games, but that was like the thing that they like. At the end of the day, they're like, all right, I'm gonna go home. John's gonna get online. We're gonna play some games. We're gonna crush some people. We're gonna have some fun. Like that's what I'm hoping for. Never really get that, or at least I've never known that I did have it or not. Because every time I've ever played video games, my whole life, it's always been like, let's say Counter-Strike, for example. There was like 15 of us. So I'd get on, there'd already be people online. I'd be like, oh, hey, you know, when you guys got a spot, let me know. You know, I'm available whenever. So I'd play WoW while I waited, you know. And then 8, 9, 10 hours would go by and I'd never get a message, right? And there's other days I'd get on and, you know, there was only like 4 people and I would be the 5th. And like, all right, hey, you know, let's get John in here. I was like, all right, cool. So I'd get in and I'd play for a little while and then some more people would jump on. Like, all right, let's rotate some people in. It's like, but you're gonna rotate people in, but you never rotate me in when there's a bunch of people. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, it was always that one-sided thing. Like, it's not that they wanted to play with me. It was just more like I was that backup guy that I always filled a role as needed. And then that was the same thing with WoW. It's like I get into like some raids and stuff every once in a while, but like at the end of the day, if they had their core group, I was never part of that core group. So it's just, I never really had that niche of like, I was that go-to, hey, let's grab John. I was never the first person on people's mind when it came to gaming. And I'm still not that person. And it's mostly my personality, I would say. Most people just, like, at first they're okay with it. First they tolerate it for a while, and then they just get bored of it. And they get annoyed with my personality, and there's not much I can do about my personality. I do my damnedest to like bite my tongue sometimes or not say certain things or whatever, but just I can't help but get things off my chest. Like if something's bothering me or if I have something to say, I can't help but not say it. Like some ice cream. I don't know why when you said that, the first thing I thought of was evolution. When he asked the guy, it's like, you want some ice cream? Uh-huh. What flavor? It doesn't matter. It's for my ass. It just, I don't know why that part popped into my head. Oh, and that's the thing too. I just like, it's not that I'm like, when I say like, oh, I can't wait for this person to get on so we can game, I don't mean like waiting for me to start. I mean like, you start, you do whatever you're gonna do, you play as you wish, but at the end game, like you're waiting for me to get on so we can group up to do things, right? Kind of like how we do with PoE. You know, after the league has already started, we're in maps. You do your own thing, you map, you have a good time, and then when I get on, we group up and we do some stuff together. Like that's what I'm talking about, right? As I said, you're like my only online like friend that I game with regularly that kind of does that, right? You actually go out of your way to message me occasionally to be like, yo, you want to play some PoE tonight? Or yo, you wanna do something? Or you know what I mean? Like you actually message me. You don't force me to message you. And it's kind of nice. Like one of my best gaming friends growing up, it wasn't that we ever messaged each other. We would just always join the Discord call. Like when we got on, we would just join a Discord call even if no one was there. And then whenever the other person got online, they would just jump in, right? So it was just like, was not one of these, hey, he messaged me every time, or I messaged him every time, or whatever. It was just like, whoever the fuck's on is on, you know. And whenever the other person gets on, they get on, and we just chat. We hung out. But ever since he like had a bunch of real life stuff happen, and he went MIA for a while, now he's got like a lot of, he has less time to game, and he doesn't play in my same time slot. I don't know if it's just like he doesn't have time to game with me anymore, or if he's just like, if he can't play at the same time slot as me, or maybe I like bring back bad memories of like his past, and he doesn't want that to like come to, you know, come full circle again. Or he's just bored of me by now. Maybe you know what I mean. I don't know. I tried talking to him a few times, and the conversations are okay. They don't feel the same. They feel kind of stale, or it's like being forced. And then like there's never any substance to them anymore. Like we used to stay up for hours theory crafting in PoE. Like he's the guy that taught me how to play PoE and got me into it, and you know, showed me the ropes. He's even the one that showed me Pox's RF build. And like we would theory craft for hours. Every league. Always having a good time. It's just like kind of sucks. Like I said, he was literally my best friend, and I only knew him online. And ever since he quit, and then I started streaming and everything, trying to find like a, because like I never had a problem staying up at night because me and him would play games all night. Like I never had a problem. And then when he, you know, left, and I didn't have anybody to game with anymore, that's when I started having like problems staying awake. And then I got into streaming, and now I do this, and I'm pretty content with this. This is pretty nice. I like this. I don't know. I feel like I don't have friends. I never have had friends, and like it's gotten more apparent as I've gotten older. And yeah, Thor, like people are like, everybody has their own thing, right? It's just like, if I'm the one that always reaches out to somebody, it's not that they don't want to game with me. Like, because like I said, people have personalities like yours where they don't want to bug me, so they don't message me. They wait for me to message them because they know that I'm free at that point. Like I said, everybody's different. It comes across from the other person's perspective. If they're the one that always has to reach out to you, that maybe you're not as important to them as you are to them, vice versa, you know what I mean? That's just kind of how it feels from the other end. So I try to do my best to message people every once in a while. I'm really bad about keeping in touch with people, like you know, Marley, for example. You know, she hasn't come around that much because she has a different sleep schedule now and everything. But like the other day I was gonna message her because I hadn't talked to her in like a week, and I forgot. And then a day later, she messages me, and she's always the one that starts the conversation. And I feel bad because if she's always the one that instigates the initial contact, then does she feel like I don't value her as a friend? Right? Because I never like start the conversation. I don't know. But also, as a streamer, I feel like it is more difficult to make online friends, at least with other streamers or content creators. I think that is a bottle of worms that is best left unopened. No offense to anybody that's in here that streams, but like you see it way too often that a streamer is like, they become friends with another streamer, they hang out and play video games together, they have conversations with each other, they seem very friendly, and you know, blah blah blah. And then out of nowhere, one person makes some sly comment about the other person on stream, someone clips it, sends it to the other person, that person gets pissy and upset, and then boom, bombshell. Everybody just fucking scorched earth everywhere. Right? Like, shit happens way too much. It's like, you gotta really watch what you say, how you say it, who you say it about, because like, you might not even say something bad about that streamer. You might say something bad about a streamer that they're friends with, and then once again, another fucking bombshell dropping. Like, you gotta be so political with the things you say and how you say it and who you say it about and who you say it to, and it's so much. I mean, not saying that just because you're friends with these people, you have to be nice or whatever, and that this can't happen even if you're not friends with them. But it's just, I feel like when you are friends with them, it's way worse than if you're, you know, not friends with them. Because if you're not friends with them, people are like, who the fuck cares? I don't know who this person is. They can say whatever the fuck they want. They're ignorant. They're stupid. Whatever the fuck your response is. It's not that big of a deal. But if you play games with this person regularly and you hang out with them and chat with them and you think you guys are friends and then behind your back they're talking this shit, it's like, really? You know what I mean? Like, it feels kind of like a betrayal. And I always feel like that's the case with me, is I have that very abrasive personality where people tolerate, but people really don't like me. And they're really likely to talk shit behind my back. Which is one reason why I don't really give a shit what people have to say or what people think about me. Hey, if you don't like me, you don't like me. It is what it is. At the end of the day, I don't really give a fuck. You know, like, you do you, BB. But it doesn't like directly really annoy me or bug me, but like subconsciously I guess it does kind of like rub me the wrong way. It's like it kind of prevents me from wanting to make these connections because I just want to avoid that. Yeah, but that's the thing too, Thor, is like, it's not that at the end of the day, it's not that you say something bad, right? What I'm getting at is when something is bothering you, when something is annoying you, when something's irritating you, you don't say anything. You bite your lip, you hold it in, you just, you know, you do the polite thing and just don't say anything. And day after day, week after week, month after month, year after year, you're just tolerating something that annoys the absolute shit out of you or you just dislike. Eventually you freak out. You either just cut all ties, you go scorched earth, you finally say something. Like, it makes something that should be enjoyable not enjoyable, right? At the end of the day, that's basically what ends up happening, right? So it's almost better just to voice your opinion. This is why like I said, my personality doesn't mesh with everybody. I will voice my opinion. If you do something that I dislike, I'm going to tell you. And it's not because I'm trying to be an asshole. It's not because I'm trying to make you change. I'm just trying to bring it to your attention to let you know, it's like, yo, I really hate it when you say that. Or can we not, you know, speak like that? Or can we not do that? Or can we work a little bit better as a team or whatever? I try to voice it so these little annoyances don't grow into these massive, like, crevasses and like big issues. Small things will always grow to be a big thing at the end of the day if you don't smash it when it's small. And that's why I'm always very upfront when things bother me with anybody, because I'd rather be upfront and squish it when it's a small annoyance and try to minimize the time I have to deal with it. Because if I bring it up early and I'm like, yo, that's really fucking annoying, and you cut the usage down by 50%, that reduces the time at which it pushes me over the edge by 50%. So it means I'm not going to freak out as soon. I mean, I guess it depends on what it is, where you're at, and whatnot. Like, but yeah, most of the time, if you have something to voice, like an opinion on, it's best to be a one-on-one conversation. I get that. You got a div? Yo, you gonna build my build? You gonna finish my build up for me? Yo, hook a brother up with some more large clusters. I need some large clusters. I need some max fire res, some gems. If you got 10 divine, I need that rational descent as well. Just, uh, thank you, Mom. Did Christmas come early? 1/11th away there. Funny. I'm just joking, but that's funny. I do like where the build is headed, though. I definitely will say I don't see how people... I mean, okay, let me take that back. I can see how strong this build could get if you're able to get those big ticket rings and amulets that we were looking at. I think a lot of the scaling comes from those 3 items because of the percentage base that they have. Plus, it only works because of how much base strength and stats that you get from the large clusters and the the large clusters and the split personalities. Those, in conjunction with the strength on the gear and then all the percentage bases you get, I think is the only reason why the build works. Like, because as you saw, I went from 600, almost 700 strength to like 1100 strength. And I basically doubled my HP and my damage. Granted, a lot of the damage came from getting the 6 link. Putting the one skill back on. But other than that, like, I got a lot of damage, I got a lot of survivability. The problem is I don't have a lot of regen. And that's the problem I'm trying to solve with the build right now, is my survivability is purely dependent on my regen, and I don't have enough of it. Which is wild, because I have way more regen on the build that I'm running than they're running, and I have none. So I'm at a complete loss on how to get my regen up. Time to eat now? Let's go. What are you making for breakfast? I had an egg sandwich yesterday. It's pretty good. You know, my fat ass, I have to do devil eggs though, you know? So I do crack 2 eggs into a skillet, you know, fry it up, little sunny side. No, it's like over medium, you know, sometimes over easy. Do that. Put it on like an English muffin. With a little bit of pepper jack cheese. Oh, so good. So good. It's a real easy light breakfast that I like to do. Relatively healthy, but not like very healthy. It's not very healthy, but it's relatively healthy. It'd be healthier if it didn't have the yolk in it. At least for me. Not for everybody, but for me it would be a little healthier if it didn't have the yolk. This motherfucker. Why is it every fucking time I find a place to farm lodestone, someone comes and takes my damn lodestone? Every goddamn time. Leave my lodestone alone. I don't know if they're just farming materials for skilling or if they're farming lodestone specifically. They're skipping a lot of lodestone now that they see me on it. They took the iron, they took a random tree. Or maybe they're leaving the lodestone now. They could just be farming mining stuff in general. Oh. So Edge, you want to make a video game with me? You want to have a side project with me and make a video game? Why not? I need 5 minutes. I'll be back later. I'm sailing right now. I'll be back in 5 minutes. Oh no, I didn't. Because it's honestly, it's just the rest of whatever was like themed through the thing. It's like, would you give me banners? Oh, it was the sub, the badges. That's the. I definitely need the badges because I remember we talked about it and you showed me 2 different like sets of them, like just to give me an idea. But I definitely need like a set of badges. And I don't think it's necessary to do like for the different tier 1s and 2s and 3s. Like to change the color for the different tiers. I don't think that's necessary, but I think that's a little much. But I definitely need sub badges because you gave me the follower, you gave me the raid, you gave me the sub. Like the banners, right? And then all I need is the sub badges, so everything is like kind of cohesive. The only other thing I could think of, Edge, would be in my about me, or have the different. Because I think that you made me those originally. It's like games to ask me about and stuff like that. Like maybe to theme those in accordance to the new ones you made me. But that's about it. Because there's only like 3 of those. Like that's the only other thing I could think of that could theme together to be one cohesive thing. Oh, I need a new icon too. Because I'm just using the RG for my live thing. I think that's the last thing. It's just an icon for Twitch. Just don't know what it would be. That one's hard for me to think of an idea. Yeah, it's nothing big, just something simple. Yeah, nothing big, nothing big. Nothing big at all. Yeah. It's just one solid theme across the board. Yeah. One solid theme across the board. It's not I'm not asking for a lot. Branding would be nice. I don't know how to do that. Oh, if I had a penny for every time a girl has told me that one, bro, I'd be Donald Trump. Only in relations to him having money, honestly, man. Just ignore the rest of it. It was the first rich person's name that popped into my head. The second one that popped into my head was Elon Musk. I mean, neither one of those names really want to be mentioned out loud. And depending on who you're talking to, obviously. It's funny. It's like I can't think of a single rich person's name. I don't know very many rich people that some people wouldn't be annoyed to hear, right? Like Bill Clinton, any of the presidents, pretty much, right? Because I feel like most presidents are well off, if not rich. We got Bill Gates. Like, doesn't he have some bullshit that people don't like about him too? Like, I don't know. I don't know many people. Yeah, ew, Elon. That's what I'm saying. Like, it doesn't really matter what. Fill in the blank for rich man name and just say ew, rich man. uh, I feel like some of the richest people that we could say their names and not get like an instant like negative reaction would be like some really big streamers. You know, like if you were to be like, oh yeah, I'd be as rich as Shroud. It's like, okay, that's a tolerable name, right? Some people may dislike Shroud in some way, shape, or form for certain things. I don't know what they would be, but I feel like he's a genuinely nice guy. At least on stream. He comes across that way. I don't know if in his personal life how much of a dick he is, but he comes across as a very funny, jokey, kind of trying to have fun kind of guy. Not so much ever really being like super serial about things. You know what I'm saying? Like, there are some. Keanu Reeves seems to be a nice person too. You know what's funny is I actually watched a I don't know, YouTube series on the inner workings of like certain background parts of certain movies. One of them was for The Matrix. And did you know that Keanu Reeves actually out of his own pocket paid for the I think it was the CGI team. He paid them out of his own pay a huge amount of money for the work that they put into that movie. And he's never disclosed how much he paid them out of his own earnings. Because according to the thing that you know, the information that was provided in the video, at least, that the CGI team was paid X amount of money to do what they had to do. And they actually went over budget and went negative doing the things that they needed to get done. And the studio wouldn't pay them anymore to cover the deficit. And Keanu Reeves paid them what they needed to be paid, what he thought they were worth being paid. And I thought that was insane. Like, just knowing that about a man makes me understand and see him for an actual good person. The Mercs? I don't know who that is. Or... yeah, I didn't know that either. I don't remember what the video was, mate, but you might like it. But it was like, I think it was like 20 something things you might not have known about the Matrix or something. And a lot of it was really frivolous and stupid. Like things about the people that created it, the authors, the drama behind the story, you know, behind the creation of it. But there was things like how many broken bones there were, like fractures and breaks that had happened through that whole movie process. It's literally #1 bone breaks of like all movies. It's like 200 and something bone breaks between the whole cast because of all the training and stuff that they went through. Keanu Reeves also, I'm pretty sure it was Keanu Reeves. He had neck surgery or something. Oh, sorry, I take that back. I think that was Men in Black. But the actor that did Morpheus, the glasses weren't an original plan. They ended up using the glasses because the actor that was playing Morpheus somehow like contracted some fucking insomnia, couldn't sleep. He had bags under his eyes and his eyes were all like jacked up and stuff because he just couldn't sleep. And so they had him wear glasses to cover his eyes for his scenes because of this. And it just became the persona of the character. I thought that was interesting. And then you know the iconic bullet dodge scene that Neo does? Did you know that that was done with stationary cameras? Like, so back then they didn't have like the really advanced like on track cameras like they do now, where you put it on a track and you can like slow move it at a certain speed and keep the angles and like just do one fluid thing. Oh, is it? Interesting. Yeah. Oh, shipping companies? Yeah, I know nothing about them, Thor. Like I said, when it comes to like the thing is with rich people, you either have no idea who they are because they're kind of just, they keep to themselves and they're not really publicly known because there's not a lot of drama about them, or they're very drama oriented and there's a lot of drama around them and problems, so people know about them. Like, it's what I feel like. There's those are the two different rich people, right? Oh yeah, to get the Joker role right. That's kind of crazy though. Like, going that far for a role is kind of crazy. But yeah, they talked about a whole slew of things from the movie that just things you might not have known. And it's like, wow. And I watched one about Men in Black too. Men in Black was kind of hilarious because, so I don't remember if you ever watched Men in Black, mate. It's kind of older, but the main actor, white guy, I don't remember his name. Was he B? No, he wasn't B. I don't remember. Whatever. K. So the main actor, dude, K, he was so into his role that when Will Smith came onto set to start shooting, because he wasn't the original person to actually do the thing, right? It was supposed to be somebody else. But when he got there, Kay refused to interact with him. He refused to talk to him. He refused to see him as a person. He would do the scene and leave. He would not talk to him in any way, shape, or form. And he was doing this intentionally because he wanted their interactions on scene to be as authentic as possible. Where he wanted that straining kind of just resentment kind of thing to like show through in their interactions on scene. And then later on, it finally, like, he told Will Smith, you know, why he was doing it, and it made so much more sense, and things just kind of, you know, got better after that. But it was hilarious. I think for the first 6 months, he refused to talk to him. I thought that was hilarious. And then I think it was, yeah, Kay had, I think, neck surgery. So he couldn't move his neck in a lot of his scenes and stuff. So they had to reshoot a lot of his stuff to like make it work. And then, do you remember the doctor lady from Men in Black? That lady was not originally supposed to be in it. There was supposed to be another bigger actor. And since Will Smith was kind of just new to the scene or whatever, you know, he was kind of breaking in and people didn't really know him very well or whatever. He was very ad-libby, right? He would just go off script a lot, and the directors liked it because every time that they would show what he would like ad-lib, it tested higher in every group of anything that he ad-libbed versus anything they were to write. So they wanted him to keep ad-libbing his stuff, and this other actress couldn't work with him. She said, I can't work with somebody that goes off script because I don't know how to respond to them. So if he keeps going off script, I will quit. And she quit because they're like, well, we're not going to make him change. So if you don't like it, you can quit. So she quit. And then I think she quit on like a Wednesday or something. And then on Friday, they hired another lady to start on Monday, and she had 2 days to learn what she had to learn, and she started filming on a Monday or something. And she got in there with Will Smith, and I guess like Will hit her with some random off script thing, and she just fucking snapped right back at him, and they said it was gold. And that they couldn't have planned it any better the way that they interacted with each other. So it worked out well. Oh, Denmark. That makes sense. Okay. Lego was over there too? Interesting. Oh yeah, Lego is massive. I didn't think about that. Yeah, Tommy Lee Jones. Yeah, that guy. Yeah. But yeah, that movie was hilarious. Like looking at the behind the scenes, like things you might not have known about that movie, kind of made me laugh because there was some stuff in that movie that I'm just like, wait, really? That's a thing? It was so funny. Yeah, and that's the thing is like you can script an amazing script, right? You can write something that's absolutely phenomenal, but the true like entertainment in almost every movie that I've ever seen. Like obviously I don't know what's scripted and what's not, but I feel like most of the genuine things that I enjoy or the parts that I laugh the hardest at are things that are just ad-libbed out of nowhere. You know, like a lot of the Deadpool comments that he just says some asinine, crazy, just off the wall like sentences. You just laugh because you know that wasn't scripted. You know he just on the fly said it, and they just went with it. And it's funny watching the bloopers because you see the takes where he's just like he's spitting out like 50 or 60 different stupid sentences, and they finally just pick the one that they like the most. And the whole time he's just saying these things, everybody's just laughing because they have no idea what he's about to say, and sometimes he can't even keep a straight face. There are some people, like method actors, can go a little overboard. They can go a little overboard, where they like envelop the entire embodiment of the actor or actress or you know the character they're trying to play. And some people go way too far. Like there was I think it was a was it a Men in Black one? I don't remember which one it was. Oh man, no, was it? Or was it? Might have been Neo. I don't know. I watched both of them. I can't remember which one's which. But there was one where an actor actually had to have an on-set doctor monitoring him between takes because he was so enveloped in his character that he put on so much weight in such a short period of time to fit the character's physiological style that he thought the character needed, that he gave himself a heart attack. And they told him he needed to lose the weight, but he refused to lose the weight until the shooting was over. Like the scenes were over. So they actually brought in a physician to monitor him and keep him healthy. And stuff, like, it was crazy, man. Some actors are wild, man. Oh, and you know the girl that played Trinity in the Matrix? I don't remember her name, but the very first day, the very first scene that they took, she broke her foot on day one of filming. You know, they're like, "Oh, we can push it. You know, we can come back, da da da," and she's like, "Nah, I'm pushing through." And like she kind of set the tone for the entire movie, because if she was willing to push through a broken foot and still do her scenes and everything, everybody else is like, "Well, I can't complain now." Like, it's so crazy watching these like things that you wouldn't know about these movies that people come out with later. It's like, what the fuck, is this true? Like, that's crazy, man. Yeah, I mean, some actors lose a ridiculous amount of weight. They gain a ton of weight. They like transform themselves one way or the other in crazy ways. It's crazy. Like some people are wild with it. Like I don't understand how healthy that could even be for you. That's crazy. Yeah, and some of the behind the scenes like bloopers or just like things that have happened behind scenes are crazy. Like I said, another one from the Men in Black one is the place that they were doing all the shooting was an abandoned like military hangar kind of thing, and it was not structurally sound. And let's just say they brought people in to like shore it up and stuff so it wouldn't like break while they're filming. And I guess one of the nights when no one was around, the ceiling just straight up collapsed. So they ended up having to like move to another place and finish the shooting at another location and stuff. But yeah, that was crazy. Like the straight up ceiling just fucking crashed down. Is that who that was? Yeah, like she broke her foot day one of filming that scene where she does the jump kick right in the very beginning of the movie. Yeah, she broke her foot doing that, which is crazy. But yeah, the camera thing with the famous Neo dodging bullets scene was actually done. I don't remember exactly how many cameras it was. I want to say it's like 180 or like 250 stationary cameras that were staggered in a like a 270-degree arc around him. And they were like, they started at like one height and they like slowly went down and like at an angle all the way around him. And they were like timed to like the milliseconds to like take sequential pictures all the way around him while it was like circling around him and taking the shot. You kind of make this fluid motion of him dodging the bullets and stuff. Since they didn't have a fluid way to move a real camera in a circle around him to do the fluid motion, they did it with stationary cameras instead, which is crazy. They climbed a mountain. That's fun. I mean, I don't put that past anybody. Like, I would be terrified to get into a helicopter. I would rather climb fucking the mountain than to take a fucking helicopter ride. That's just terrifying. I'm sorry to say. That would freak me the fuck out too. Like, I already struggle enough taking car rides. You put me, or even taking an airplane, bro. I have such bad airplane anxiety. Oh, I'm just saying, like, I get that. They went up and down the mountain probably multiple times. I'm just saying, like, I would rather do that than get into a death trap. That's crazy. At that point, why didn't they just build a fucking room to sleep in up there? You know what I mean? Like, give the man a cot, give the man a little place to sleep, put a little heater in there, call it a day, you know, let the guy fucking sleep up there if he doesn't want to take the helicopter. Like, holy shit. Oh man. Oh, I don't know. I don't remember if this one is completely accurate or not. But did you know? Like I said, I think this is what they said in the video, that supposedly the person that was slated originally that they wanted to play Neo in the Matrix was Will Smith. Is that true? Because supposedly he's done a bunch of interviews about this, and he has confirmed that, you know, he regrets not taking the role, but at the same time, he thinks that if he took the role, it wouldn't be what it is today, and, you know, he wouldn't have been able to do it justice or some shit. But could you imagine Will Smith playing Neo instead of who the fuck that was? I can't remember. Keanu Reeves or whatever playing Neo. Like, could you imagine if it was Will Smith, I don't know how that movie would have turned out. Honestly, like, don't get me wrong, like Will Smith's a great actor, but I feel like he's more of like a comedy relief kind of like actor than he is more of like that super serious action film kind of person. You know what I mean? It wasn't supposed. Yeah, he was supposed. That's what I thought. That was wild. So I'm thinking to myself, like, I couldn't imagine Neo as Will Smith. Like, even if like you told me that, I don't think I could honestly sit here and be like, oh yeah, I could see that. Because in Will Smith, he said, oh yeah, that movie's not going to do very well. I don't really like, the direction or whatever his thought process was. He didn't want to do the role. Instead, he wanted to do, what was it, the Wild West or whatever it was, Westwood or something, the movie that did terrible. He thought that would be better. And like, I think role wise, I think that movie was better for Will, because it was more comedy. It was more up his alley of what he's really good at. Um, it just happened to be that the movie did poorly. I don't think it had any correlation to Will Smith being the actor in the movie, because I think he did a great job. But I don't think I would have liked The Matrix with Will Smith. I just don't think I would have. Like, unless it was more like a Deadpool style, because then it could have worked. But I think it would have been before its time, before it was ready to be a thing. I mean, bro, I don't. It's funny. You say Johnny Depp. Like, I know you're in an ad, but like, I'm just trying to think. Like, when I think Johnny Depp, I don't think about like any of his movies except for Pirates of the Caribbean. I feel like that's like the one and only movie I can clearly picture him in his element. I mean, I can kind of see Brad Pitt, but I don't know. I mean, I don't feel like it suits him, right? Definitely not Leonardo DiCaprio. Nicolas Cage, possible. I mean, I could see a Nicolas Cage. I think of that list, I could see Brad Pitt at bare minimum, and Nicolas Cage could work. Granted, I haven't seen many things Nicolas Cage has been in fucking forever. But this was an older movie, so makes sense. Interesting. Are we making any fucking progress on this shit? Like, what did we end up getting to? 195. Oh, and we're about to be out of sandpaper, so we're gonna have to convert some more materials. I mean, he might be able to, Thor, but like when I think Johnny Depp, I think Pirates, right? I don't think any other movie. Like, what else did he play in that was just like a standout, like great movie that he played in? Like, for me, of the movies that I remember him being in, the only one that comes to mind is Pirates. It's the only movie I watched that I was like, damn, that was a great movie. Oh, Johnny Depp plays him? Hell yeah, let's go. Because didn't Johnny Depp also play like Edward Scissorhand? And I wasn't a huge fan of that performance. Like, what else did he fucking play? I'd have to pull up a list of his movies. I'm gonna do that in a second. I'm gonna pee, and then I'm gonna pull up a list, because I can't think of it. Sleepy Hollow. It's Sleepy Hollow. Wait, TV show? He did do Charlie and the Chocolate Factory, but once again, Charlie and the Chocolate Factory is no correlation to like Matrix. All right, let me. I'm gonna pull it up in a second here. I have to go pee really quick, and then we'll look it up. Give me a second. All right, I'm back. Yeah, we'll look it up really quick because, all right, mate, I'm assuming you're back from your ad, and we're talking about the list that you provided because I'm looking at the names and I'm like, bro, I can't see, but maybe one or two of those people actually pulling off Neo. Like legit, I can't see any of those people pulling it off. All right, so first one was Johnny Depp, right? I can't spell, right? So what movies did he play in, right? So once again, Pirates is the go-to, right? Obviously goated. The way he played in this was fantastic. Oh, he did play the Mad Hatter, and that did, I feel like that suited him really well. But I feel like those two roles are very similar. Even Charlie in the Chocolate Factory, I feel like that was like a role that was like close enough to Pirates, but still different enough that it was good. I hated Edward Scissorhands. I did not like that movie at all growing up. It was okay. It was weird. It was very emo, very weird. I never knew he played Nightmare on Elm Street. Was he actually Freddy? Wait, what? What did he play in that? I have no idea who this was. Interesting. I have no idea who he played. Sweeney Todd, once again, one of those darker kind of, wasn't bad. I don't remember Sleepy Hollow. I don't think I ever watched this. A lot of these I've never watched. Wait, wasn't he? He was the bad guy, right? No, that was him. Who did he play? Grinwald? Oh yeah, he was Grinwald. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So once again, another like evil man. I feel like he plays a very good villain, but he also plays a very comical relief kind of character. Like, it's not that some actors can't play any role, and it's not that just because they're known for one role they can't do another role. I just feel like some people are born on this earth for one purpose and they are very good at it. And I want to say, from all the movies I've remembered him from that are very rememberable, like instances or movies, they're all very either kind of evil man status, right? Like Sweeney Todd or Fantastic Beasts kind of styles, like, or they're like pirates, Lone Ranger, kind of comical, funny entertainment ones. Yeah, but I don't feel like the romance ones really work for him. But I've never actually seen him in like a heavy combat one, like the Transporter movies. Could you imagine a Transporter as Johnny Depp? I just don't see it, right? I just don't see it. Like, it just, as an actor, I feel like his true calling is like the Johnny Depp from like Pirates of the Caribbean roles, or even Sweeney Todd kind of, you know, Fantastic Beasts, evil overlord kind of guy. Like, those are the ones that I'm like, all right, I can see him in both those roles very easily, but not in like an action movie. It just doesn't. When I think action movie, I do not think Johnny Depp would pull it off well. Like, I think he could do it. He would be fine at it. But I think there's so many other people that would just pull it off better because they just have that better persona. You know, that personality that just goes with it. It's just been like Will Smith trying not to do comedy. You know what I mean? Like, it's just weird, right? Brad Pitt, I think, could pull it off. I think Brad Pitt is one of the few that could pull it off, right? He's a very versatile actor, right? He does a lot of like obviously he just did the racing one. He's done, I don't remember him in The Lost City, if I'm being honest, but that movie was really funny. Ad Astra was a really good one. I liked him in. Deadpool, obviously, I don't remember who the fuck he plays in Deadpool off the top of my head. But like World Z, this one was really good. I was not expecting to like this. Like, Mr. and Mrs. Smith did a great job. Now, I'm not saying that somebody else couldn't have probably felt like better suited to the role, but I think he did fine. I never saw Moneyball. That's a game. That's a movie I wanted to watch. But like, he's a very versatile guy. But I don't think he has like a one set role that he shines over all. Game for Pitt. Nah. The TV show for Sleepy Hollow was really good. I liked that. What up, Mandarin? Yeah, that's what I was saying, Thor. It's like I've never seen him do action, and it just seems off. Thinking of Johnny Depp in action just seems off. But I think Pitt could pull it off just because he is a well-rounded kind of guy that I don't think he shines at anything in particular, like role particularly, like between action or romance or comedy. Like I don't think he shines at any of them per se, but he's good at all of them. I think he could pull it off. But I don't think Leonardo DiCaprio would be a good one. I think that would be awkward and terrible. I think that would fucking be dreadful. Like, I tried to watch this. I couldn't do it. Like, the movies I like Leonardo in are like these movies, right? Catch Me If You Can. Fucking fantastic movie, right? These movies where it's like Wolf on Wall Street, you know, like these types of roles, I think suit him the most. He's so good at them. He even did really well in The Great Gatsby, right? But like movies like The Iron Mask, I just hated it. Titanic was like more up his alley, but obviously way, way, way old. It still was better towards his roles, I feel like. Has played Dot. Wait, did he? That's kind of funny. Was eating Gilbert Grape was just him? Wait, really? That's funny. I'm just saying, like, I feel like he would not have played a good Neo. I don't think he would have been a good Neo. I think it would have been terrible. But I will say, I think Nicolas Cage could have pulled it off. And obviously, when we say pulled it off, we're comparing it to who actually did the movie and who could have did justice as well as they did, or at least played in the role and did just as well, in our opinion. I think he could have did okay. He has a different like vibe about him, obviously, a little bit more serious in the face, but like he's done some pretty good movies that we really liked, that I feel like the role wouldn't have been out of his reach. And he's done a lot of movies. That's crazy. Interesting. But anyway, yeah, like I feel like he was of all the list, he would have been the next in line that I think would have did the role justice. But I definitely don't think Leonardo DiCaprio should have been on that list. No, not even a shot, bro. That just sounds fucking awful. No offense to that man, because he can act. But God, I do not think he would have did well as a Neo. Yeah. I mean, I don't know much about the guy, right? Like I said, I'm not going to speak negatively about Keanu Reeves because I think he's probably a genuinely really nice person. And I don't know how he is when it comes to acting very well, but I do know the roles that he tends to play in, he does very well in. At least the movies that I remember him playing in, I feel like he hits them fucking kind of right on the head, right? And obviously, most of them are action oriented, and I think he just does well. And like you said, maybe it's because he doesn't have a whole lot of lines, and you know he can just rely upon the choreography and you know that kind of style, and it just works. You know, maybe he just has that kind of person. I don't know. Knock Knock was twisted? Wait, what was that? I don't remember that name. Like, I think he probably has some depth to him that we probably have never got to see because he usually goes for what he knows he can excel in and do well in, right? Romance Tom Cruise, what the fuck? Oh, bro. You know what's funny? Like, people talk shit about Tom Cruise, about his beliefs or whatever, but as an actor, I gotta say, I do love his content. It's mostly just like his action scenes. I just love them. The movies he plays for the action they work for me, you know? I love the Mission Impossibles. Those were great. The fucking Top Guns, those were fucking fantastic. Like, I just love those movies. Those were just such good movies. That's what I'm saying. I don't know. Can he really do comedy? Couch jumping? What are you talking about? But yeah, like, is there a movie that Tom Cruise did that was straight up comedy? Wait, did he do Tropic Thunder? No way. Did he actually do Tropic Thunder? Wait, let's look. Cruise movies. Let's look. Alright, so this is what we got. Okay, remember The Mummy? I think he did well. It's very similar to Mission Impossible. Top Gun, same thing. Boom, boom, boom. Jack Reacher, still a good one. End of Tomorrow, I think that one was like on the border for me. I don't remember Oblivion. I don't remember this one. I don't have any fucking idea what that is. I haven't seen this one, but I do want to see this one. I have it on my Netflix to watch. This, I don't want to say he did a bad job. The fucking movie sucked. I hated this movie. The movie sucked. Last Samurai was a good one. Another combat one here. Minority Report was a good one. Oh my god, okay. Let me take that back. Okay. I don't know if this was intended to be a comedy, but I think this was my favorite of all time. Jerry Maguire was one of my favorite movies growing up. Absolute one of my most favorite movies. Such a fucking funny movie. Show me the money. It's just so good. Wait, what? He was in Tropic. I don't see it on this list. Did I miss it? Oh, it is. Who did he play in Tropic Thunder? Was he the black man? Who's Les Grossman? Yeah, but I don't know who that is. I'm trying to remember who that was in the movie. I remember this guy. Obviously, I remember this guy. I remember this guy. I can never remember who the black man was. I don't remember if it was Robert Downey Jr. or the other one. The guy disguised as an actor. Wait, I gotta find it. Like, which one was he? Because he wasn't this guy. He wasn't this guy, this guy, this guy. So he was this guy? The old guy with a bat. Oh, this guy. Oh, yeah, he was that guy. I forgot about that. I forgot about these two. Actually, I forgot about both these actors. I forgot about this part in general. Yeah, because he was like the guy in charge of like the contract or whatever, and then this is like his manager, right? This guy's like manager or some shit. I forgot about that. Yeah, so I mean, I don't know. I don't think that was a great movie. I mean, it was okay. It was fine. It still doesn't top his like Top Gun, Mission Impossibles, Jack Reacher kind of style. I think those are his like the thrillers, I think, is really where he shines. Wait, who's Ben Stiller? You talking about the manager dude? What, this guy? Now I'm even more lost. What? Yeah, this guy. Yeah, Ben Stiller. Okay. Whatever. I don't think Cruise would have made a good. I don't think he would make a good comedy. I just don't. Like, yeah, his Jerry Maguire thing was fucking funny. It was great. It was phenomenal. But it wasn't so much that it was funny because it was comical jokes and stuff. It was just funny because, like, it was just like one of those realistical, he's so down bad, he's willing to do whatever, say whatever, act however. Like, it was just so funny. Dodgeball's a good one. I do like Dodgeball. Yeah, okay. I once thought that you thought that I thought that we thought that you could do whatever I thought you wanted, I thought that you do. It's like, what? The fuck? And that's what I'm saying. It's like, I wouldn't say prefer is a good word, but I'm just saying it's like, I don't think it's more or less like a, they prefer it because they want to do it that. I think it's preferred because they're good at it. Right? Some people have that personality, that persona that just works for their specific thing. You know what I mean? Like, some people, like I said, some people are Will Smiths. They're very funny. They're very ad-libby. They have funny things to say. They have quips and they're fast on their feet, right? People like oh god, what's the guy that plays Deadpool again? I'm really bad with names. I mean, I wouldn't say so much a typecast. You do get typecast once you're in a role. Once you do when you do a movie well in a specific role, you do get typecasted, but you also have some say, right? And I would say a lot of actors, once they find what they're good at, they tend to try and get roles in what they're good at. Exactly. It's like whatever they've, because like there's a lot of TV shows and movies that I watch, right? That I see certain actresses or actors, they when they play like a doctor in one show or something, they play a doctor in other movies and other shows. Like they kind of stick to it. And I don't know if it's because it's an easy transition, it's less learning curve, and it's kind of just like second nature at a certain point. And part of it could be, cast typing as well, like that. But I definitely will say that, like, if you're successful in what you do, you do get some say in what roles you can accept, right? And obviously, if you don't accept roles, you do get kind of frowned upon, right? But if you don't like a role, you don't think it suits you, you don't have to take it. And like I said, it can hurt you in the long run because then they're like, well, if you're not going to take this role, we're not going to give you another role, right? But I feel like once you find something you're good at, you kind of should stick to it, right? You shouldn't, like, if you're good at comedy, you don't want to go and do a thriller movie and do no comedy. It just doesn't make sense, right? Now, if you do a comedy movie and it just kind of doesn't hit right, and it's, you know what I mean? Like, it just doesn't come off the right way, then you might not want to do another comedy, right? You might want to try a thriller movie if you can get a role in a thriller movie. I don't know, I just feel like that's the way it should go. I don't like for example, like the guy that played Lucius Malfoy in Harry Potter. Like I've seen an interview, a small little brief one, where he talked about how he wouldn't do the movie over again if he could, because it's put him in such this this casting type, and in like real life people see him as a bad person because he played a bad person in Harry Potter. So it's like it's kind of hurt his overall image in real life, online, social media and stuff like that, where people think he's a bad person because he played a bad person. Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. Joffrey, like all these people that play these like infamously bad people in the movies, they get this rap in real life that, oh my god, you're such a terrible person. It's like, bro, I was playing a character. Like, can you not understand the difference between acting and real life? Do you really think that they're that terrible of people in real life? Like, I guarantee you they're relatively nice people. It's just they played a bad guy. I mean, I would say, Thor, you're right, and I would also argue wrong, because at the end of the day, you have to take jobs as they're given to you, but you can say no. I'm not saying it's going to work out well for you in the end, but you can say no. Like, obviously, the bigger actor you are, the more leeway you have to be able to say no, right? But at the end of the day, you do have a choice to say no if you truly don't want to do the role. Right. And like I said, I'm not saying it's not going to hurt your progression. Not going to say it's not going to hurt you in the long run. What I'm saying is in theory, you technically do not have to take the role. Now, I would say that that does probably play more in line with making sure you and your manager are on the same page. Because if your manager is throwing roles at you that you don't want, you might need a new manager. I mean, even if the manager is trying to push the correct role and he's not getting them because the other people are cast typed at him or whatever, like, he needs to do his job as a manager to try and get you the roles that are going to suit you, so he can change the persona of you in some way. Like, I feel like that falls to the manager, not so much the actor themselves. And like I said, at the end of the day, the manager does his job. He does what he's supposed to do. If the actor truly just doesn't want to play that role, they don't believe in the script or whatever it is, they do have autonomy to say no. They don't have to accept it. Like I said, I'm not saying that it's a good thing to decline it. I'm just saying they can. And yeah, at some certain point, if you don't accept roles, people are going to stop offering you stuff. Like I said, it will hurt you to not take a role, right? And that's probably one of the hardest parts about being an actor or an actress, is if you're getting offered things that you don't want to do, but if you turn them all down, who's going to offer you anything if you're not going to accept anything, right? You have to play in something so people can see you, and you have to make it your own. At the end of the day, you have to do your best to shine through of who you are as an actress or an actor. You try and open people's eyes to a point to get you into the roles that you want. But once again, that's hard, because once you play a doctor on a TV show, it's hard to make people see you as a combat person, right? As an action person. It's hard to get someone to see you as a comedy person unless that actress can segue some comedy into it or whatever. It's very hard. And like you said, once you get typecasted as, oh, they're really, we like them as this, they're just gonna play this. It's like, but I don't want to play that, right? And if you start turning them down, you're not going to get any offers, because they're going to know that you're just, why would we offer something to somebody that's just going to turn it down? Yeah, I mean, it's one of those hard things. But I feel like even if it's not offered to you, you could show up to auditions for things, even if you weren't slated for them, and try and get into something that isn't in your normal type to try and break. Like, there's options, man. I feel like there's options. If you have a good manager, I feel like there's a way to navigate it. There has to be a way to navigate it in a way that doesn't hurt you, but doesn't hold you back either. I don't know. Like I said, not saying it's possible because I'm not in that industry. I know it can be tricky and difficult just from what I've seen online, and it does suck. But at the end of the day, like it's just like anything else in the world. Like when it comes to streaming, it's about being lucky. Like you could be the best streamer on the planet, but if you don't get noticed, if you can't get off the bottom of the board, and you can't grow and get any type of traction, no one's ever gonna know. And I feel like a lot of streaming nowadays, honestly, a lot of the people that actually make it and get big, it comes down to luck and pure RNG. What game you join in at what time and who notices you, who raids you, what happens. Maybe you win a tournament, maybe you go in to do some sort of PvP event, you do some like streamer event and you're an unknown entity and you somehow get your name. Like you have to have something happen normally. There has to be some sort of catalyst that gets it started. For example, the Kingsman drama, right? The guy was a relatively nobody for so long. Amazing like person. He had great like skill in his games. I'm not saying his streams are good because I've never watched his stream, so I don't know about that. But I'm just saying, as an actual player, as a skilled individual, he's been skilled in every game he's pretty much played. And he's been a nobody for fucking ever. Even being like a #1 rated player in his games. And then drama happened because of a random ass tournament, and now he blew the fuck up. There almost always has to be a catalyst, and I feel like it's the same thing for like acting or any other in particular job like that. Like you might be the best actor in the world, but unless you get put in the right role, in the right movie, in the right time, you're not gonna really shine. I think that's a problem with a lot of things, is you sometimes you just don't have the opportunity to get the right catalyst to shine what you need to shine. It doesn't always happen. And some people have that happen for them and life works out, and some people just don't, and then life doesn't work out. Same thing with like music artists and stuff. Some people are probably absolutely phenomenal when it comes to writing music or singing or whatever. They just can't get the catalyst to trigger to get them to where they need to go. Stop telling me to pull up my crypto, ma. God. There are a few villains that are fucking awesome. There are a few actors that every time I see them, I know he's gonna play a bad guy, and I love it. They just do such a good job. There's actually one actress that I absolutely love, her really creepy personality. And I cannot think of her name off the top of my head. I'm gonna have to Google her. Her creepiness and her just awkwardness is fucking awesome. Like I feel like I've seen her in some interviews and she's just as awkward in the interviews, and I love it. I feel like if I knew that person in real life, no matter how awkward they were, I would enjoy it. It's so fucking funny and entertaining. I feel like if you were ever friends with that person or dating them or whatever, there wouldn't be a dull moment because you would just constantly holding back laughter. Her double side. Wait, what? Double sauce personality. What are we talking about? All right, so I'm gonna look up this actress really quick. Um, you guys will know exactly who she is when I pull her up. That's not her. There she is. This person. Aubrey Plaza. Fucking hilarious actress. I absolutely love her. She is so goddamn funny. She's so awkward and so funny. Absolutely love her movies. I haven't seen a lot of them, but like the few movies I've watched her in or TV shows, I fucking die. It's like some of the movies I'm just not interested in watching, you know, like something like this, like I don't give a fuck, right? Like who the fuck gives a shit about Grumpy Cat or whatever, but there's oh my god, like the first time I ever witnessed her in a movie, because I never saw the one that everybody always references and they're like, oh, you haven't seen that? Oh my god, you need to watch that. Parks and Rec. I've never seen Parks and Rec. And everybody's like, you need to watch that shit. It's so good. I'm just like, yeah, I haven't seen it yet. But I saw her in Legion and instantly was like, I fucking love that actress. Absolutely love it. She did porn? Wait, like that's what she does now, or she did that before? That I don't know. That's funny though. But I've seen her in this. I think I've seen her in like one or two other things, and she's so goddamn funny. It's just like she just plays in movies that I don't like. That's the problem. Is it bad? I mean, I've heard nothing but good things about that show, honestly. I've literally heard nothing but good things about that movie. I just heard it's like downright hilarious. The people that played it are really good. Oh, but yeah, that shit's funny. Wait, what? Red Lobster Loastering test? Huh? Is that the porn thing you're talking about? Yeah, so like I said, the only one that I've actually sat down and watched Thor, obviously it's not movies, because I feel like the movies she plays in just aren't in the realm of like movies I typically would watch, is that TV show Legion. And like I said, she's just creepy as fuck through the whole show. She just has this creepy fucking character, and I fucking loved it. And I think she plays in Parks and Rec, and she plays like a comedy thing there, and she's supposedly really good in that too. But like her actual movies, I've never heard of like any of them. There's never a movie that I've ever wanted, like enjoyed to want, because the movies I like are things like Harry Potter, Transporter, you know, Ready Player One, Predator, you know, like these types of movies. I like those kinds of movies. I like action movies. I like murder movies. I like, you know, comedy movies. Like action comedy movies, like Deadpool and stuff, right? Like I'm okay with like the standard what are they called? Like hero movie things, you know, like the Avengers and stuff like that, Iron Man, the likes of those types. Like those are all fine and dandy. I watched those too. But like How to Lose a Guy in 10 Days, I watched, but it wasn't really up my alley. Like these romantic things. Like, I've never seen The Notebook. I don't even know what the fuck it's about, but I've never seen it. Like, there's just a lot of movies that I've never seen that I've just never been interested in. I mean, there are a few chick flicks that I've watched that I didn't really hate, but I can't think of them off the top of my head. Like, I think the closest chick flick I've watched it in, like, that I can remember is, I mean, I don't even know if you call it a chick flick, but it would be whatchamacallit? I just lost my train of thought. It would be Miss Congeniality. It's like the closest thing I can think of. And is that even considered like a chick flick? Like, I don't know. All right. How are we looking? Okay, we're out of sandpaper. So let's do a quick sandpaper conversion. We'll get some more converters. You see The Notebook? I mean, I don't know. I know nothing about it. It's a chick flick though, right? Hello, book. Reading Rainbow. Oh god, that show's funny. All right. Where is the converter? I always misplace this converter. It's like right around here. Almost out of tokens. But we're also almost done with needing converters. All right, sounds good, Thor. Get some nappies, get some lay down, get some anime in. I appreciate you. We'll be around the rest of the weekend, so if you want to hang out and do something, you know, let me know. I'll be here. Take it easy, man. Hopefully the meds go well. Let's convert rid of these. I don't know if I want to use all of the tanning agents, but we will. All right, we're doing good. We're doing good. We're almost at 200. Oh, dang it, fucking forever. Jesus Christ, bro. Let's take a fucking rip. All right. Yeah, Mandarin, are you gonna try the new update for Diablo 2? I've never been a Diablo 2 fan, so I'm probably not gonna touch it. I never really played it when a kid, and then nowadays I've tried to play it. It just feels too clunky. I don't know if it's gotten better clunkiness wise, but when I tried it years ago, before they, you know, started really making a thing about it, I just didn't like it. I hated it, so I just never really got into it. You will? Nice. Yeah, I heard they made like a new class and stuff, which is crazy. What movie did you see? That movie didn't sound like English? Wait. What, mate? Sorry, I didn't understand what you said, mate. There are some movies that I've watched that have not been English movies. Oh, Miss Congeniality. It's the... Here, I'll pull it up. This movie. It's with Sandra Bullock. She's a cop. She goes undercover inside of a beauty pageant. So, I mean, it's not really a chick flick, but I mean, it does have chick tendencies, I guess. Because they're doing chick things. Yeah, this one was great. But it's a cop movie. So it's like kind of up my alley. You know you want me. You think I'm sexy. You wanna date me. It's just like, bro, seriously? Fuck is your problem? Uh, just like, oh, God. I really hope I don't ever have one of those streams where I have that as a soundbite and we use it regularly because it actually fits what I'm doing. Like, obviously, getting a soundbite is whatever. People using it all the time is whatever. But as long as it's not being used correctly in a correct scenario where it's actually warranted, I think I'm doing okay. If I'm ever ERPing in a fucking video game and that needs to be used as a soundbite because I'm being fucking cringe as shit, then I'm heading down the wrong path. Sorry, I'm heading down the wrong fucking path. We need to backpedal. We need to go the other direction because we're going right off of a waterfall and we don't want that. Movie was funny though. Like I said, it was comedy and it had a little bit of action and it was like cop oriented, so it wasn't so bad. But I wouldn't call it a chick flick. I think the next closest chick flick that I can think of off the top of my head, obviously, I mean, I watched 50 Shades of Grey. So, I mean, does that really count? I mean, that's more like a sex movie than it is anything else. I don't know. I don't know if we call that a chick flick. But it would be like White Chicks. And once again, it's not even a real chick flick. I never watched Gravity. I did see the commercials for it, but I never watched it. I know you were like referencing something else, but when I saw the word Gravity, I do remember the movie Gravity. I think it had Sandra Bullock in it too. I never watched it. I think I wanted to, and I never got around to it. But I found out today that I think on Disney, they have a new, or now streaming, it's a movie from 2025. It's called Badlands, I think. It's the Predator movie that I haven't seen yet. And I think I'm going to watch that after stream today. You're more Sandra than me. I mean, there's another movie, Mandarin. I think it's called 365 Days or something like that. I don't know. The wife watches it every once in a while. And like, that movie is like pure sex. Like, it's like about a drug lord that has a dream about a girl. And then for the next few years, he's searching the world for this woman. He has a picture made of her and everything. And he finds her one day in a random ass city in a random ass part of the country. And he kidnaps her. And he takes her back to his compound in his country. And he won't let her go. He says, you will stay with me for the next year and you will learn to love me, blah, blah, blah. If you can't learn to love me in the next year, I'll let you go. It's like, what? And he's like, I'll never force you to do anything, blah, blah, blah. I'll never force myself upon you. Like, he makes all these like accusations and stuff. Long story short, there's a lot of sex that happens around her and a lot of forcefulness going on, but no actual like forcing her to do anything or anything. You know, it's just fucking weird. It was fucking wild. It was actually wild. I was just like, I was walking by, like going to the kitchen one day, and I just hear sex coming from the bedroom. I'm like, what the fuck is the wife watching? And I walk in, and this dude is on an airplane, and the girl is like tied to a chair, and he's sitting across from her, and the stewardess that's like, you know, bringing drinks and stuff is straight giving this guy a blowjob in the middle of the plane, and he's just like mean mugging her while he's doing it. It's like, what the fuck are you watching? And she's passed out. My wife is just passed out, sleeping through it. And I'm just like, what the fuck's going on here? What are you watching? Just straight up porn. The fuck? The fuck is going on here? Yeah. Oh my god, dude. Oh. There's been a few times I've like walked in on the wife like watching something like that, and I look at her, it's like, "You trying to tell me something?" And she's like, "Get the fuck out of here." It's like, well, you're the one watching it. Thought you were trying to hint at something, you know? Like, Jesus Christ. I'm gonna be mean. Don't sit here and watch fucking porn and then expect me not to come in thinking you want something. Just, you know what I mean? Like, Jesus Christ. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Just, it came up in conversation. My bad. What's that? Grandma, what? You know you want me. Oh. But yeah, have you guys seen the Badlands movie? This one? This is what I want to watch. So it's the new Predator movie. It came out last year, I think. Was it good? I'm hoping it's good, because I've liked most of the Predator movies. Most of the Predator movies have been good. Obviously, some of the older ones were kind of meh, but I've liked most of the Predator movies. So I'm hopeful for this one. This looks, like, graphically speaking, just in the scenes that I've seen, it looks good. You don't have Hulu? Oh no, sad face. Yeah, so you think it's dope? I'm definitely gonna watch it after stream today. I saw it this morning when we were out at breakfast. It popped up and I was like, oh, that's now streaming? Hell yeah, let's go watch that shit. Yeah, because the problem is the wife doesn't like suspenseful movies. She doesn't like kind of scary movies, right? So there's a lot of movies that she doesn't really enjoy watching that I end up watching by myself. So that's one of them. She doesn't like very gory movies. So well, I say, like, there's a lot of movies that, like, they're good movies, but you can have complaints. My problem is, like, I'm not gonna spend like $15 on a movie ticket to watch a movie that I'm not sure is gonna be good. There's very few movies in this world that I think are worth spending $15 to go and watch on a big screen TV with 100 other people that are like being obnoxious and ruining the movie for me. I don't think there's very many movies in this world that are so good to overshadow that factor. And most movies, like I said, aren't worth that much money for me to go and watch it on a big screen TV to deal with that. I would rather wait for either to rent it on Redbox, you know, not Redbox, because Redbox isn't a thing there, but you know what I mean? Like, rent it on one of the streaming services or wait for it to be free and then watch it free. I would so much rather just do that. Yes, I'm behind a year or two from everybody else, but I didn't have to spend $15 and have like just an appalling time dealing with other fucking miscreant fucking pieces of shit that are yelling at the screen, talking, being on their cell phone, just being obnoxious, walking in front of me, you know, kicking the back of my chair and shit. Like, I don't need to worry about that shit. I can sit in my own comfort in my house, pause it when I need to go pee, fucking have my own snacks and drinks and stuff. You know what I mean? Like, I can just be comfortable watching the damn show. I'd rather just do that shit. All right, let's go get some lodestone. Let's go hit 200. Oh, so close, guys. We're so fucking close. Oh, once this is done, that's just another check. Like I said, we're going to start making huge progress in progression on this Ironman. And the sooner we get this done, the sooner we're switching games. Mandarin, have you... are you playing... Like, what kind of games are you playing lately? I don't know how much games you actually get to play nowadays. But, like, are you gaming lately? And if you are, what are you gaming, or is there any games in particular that have caught your attention? There's one in particular that I'm really hyped for, and I keep hyping it up every day I stream. You might have already heard me talking about it before, but I'm kind of curious before I bring it up. If it's something that you've already like looked into, or you're playing, or you're trying. E33. Wait, what the fuck is that? Yeah, I don't mind horror movies, mate, but I find a lot of horror movies hard for me to watch because either they're very unrealistic and they piss me off, or they're a little too much for me right now. Like, there's a few movies in the world that I can't actually watch. Like, to this day, I can't watch Chucky. Chucky's like one of the few movies in this world I cannot watch other than It. It and Chucky are the two movie franchises I literally can't watch. I don't know what it is about clowns, and I don't know what it is about dolls. I can't do it. I can't watch horror movies that have anything to do with clowns or dolls. They just... something I can't do. Expedition 32. Oh, okay. I've seen that name. I haven't looked into it, though. Raw trophies other the week. Nice! So that's been pretty good? Okay. Any, like, MMOs or anything? Bro, fuck dolls. Like, when I was a kid, it ruined it for me because I had a bunch of stuffed animals and stuff when I was a kid, right? And we had, like, a horror night. We watched all the Friday the 13th movies. We watched all the Leprechaun movies. We watched all the Freddy Krueger movies. All these movies, all in a straight line. We just, one movie after the other movie after the other movie. Like, obviously, like, it took us more than a day. But, like, because that's a lot of hours worth of TV, right? But, like, we watched all of these in order. The second they turned on fucking Chucky, I screamed and ran out of the room. I couldn't do it. And to this day, I am fucking scarred and I cannot watch that movie. And then It is the same way. Like, fucking clowns. I don't know what it is about clowns. I remember I went to a fucking circus one time and I lost it when it came to clowns. I don't know what it is about clowns. I do not like clowns. I don't like pictures. I don't like them in games. I don't like anything to do with clowns. I fucking hate clowns. And anything that has to do with stuffed animals or dolls coming to life, can't do it. Those are the two things that I can't do. But other than those two things that I can't do, the only movie that actually kind of like put me on such high suspense that I couldn't tolerate the movie, which is odd because the movie wasn't that scary, was Shudder. And I don't know what it was about that movie, but that movie specifically, I tried watching it and it was the only movie that actually freaked me out trying to watch it. Like, I've watched every other horror movie that has pretty much ever come out up until a certain point when I stopped watching them because the wife doesn't really watch them. And Shudder was the only one that really fucked me up. Yeah, it's about no clowns. Nope, I won't do it. Fuck that shit. Fuck that shit. What about Leprechaun? Mate, have you ever seen Leprechaun? That one's, I feel like Leprechaun's like a knockoff horror movie. If you haven't seen Leprechaun, I would definitely say watch that one. It's not like, it might not be the best horror movie series, but I think it's okay. Especially if you liked Friday the 13th. I feel like it's like almost like a Friday the 13th, but not quite. Leopard Chubas? What's Leopard Chubas? Huh? Is that something different? Leprechaun. Oh, okay. I'm like, is that something different? I figured it was a typo, but I wasn't sure. Yeah, I wasn't sure. It's funny too that you say that, Mandarin, because when I was younger, I didn't know what the movie was called. I just remembered there was a scene where a guy was standing by his truck and the leprechaun was underneath it. He scratched him in the leg, like really bad. And I just remember that scene vividly, and I'm like, that kind of freaked me out, right? When I was a kid. I was like, so I was always looking under vehicles. I was always looking under beds. It was always freaking me out. And like, as I got older, I realized what movie it came from. And I was just like, what? Yeah, but like Jeepers Creepers wasn't too bad. You know, I don't even know. Like, I'd have to look at a list of horror movies, but Jeepers Creepers wasn't too bad. Some of the, like, even Friday the 13th and, you know, Freddy Krueger and all those other movies, like, they weren't too bad. I didn't have any problems with those. It was just, I don't know what it is about fucking clowns, man. Clowns and dolls, they just fucking freak me out. Like I said, I don't know what it was with about Shudder, but Shudder was, I don't know if it was because the suspenseful moments were so suspenseful for such a long period of time. Like, it was too much. It was too much suspense for such a long period of time. You didn't know when it was going to stop and when it was going to actually pop off. It was like, oh my God, hurry up. Oh my God, come on, just do it already. You know what I mean? Like, it was one of those situations, I feel like, and I just couldn't take it. It put me over the threshold of enjoyment. But like the Saw movies, those were pretty cool. There was one movie that I really fucking hated. It wasn't even that scary, but it was like Disturbia or something.
You look thirsty as fuck right now.
Disturbia kind of pissed me off. You're right, man. It's so true. Bro, when I watched Toy Story, I was like, is that true? Do my toys come to life when I leave my room? Yeah, I love so I haven't seen all of them though. I didn't realize they kept making them. So I kind of want to do a Saw marathon one day. Because I've seen, I think, 1, 2, and 3. And I think I've seen bits and pieces of like 4, 5, and 6, but I haven't seen the full movies. But then they made other ones. They made the Jigsaw, I think, was another one they made. There's like Saw 10, I think. I did. I'll do it again. Thirsty. Bro, no, legit, Skynet's a thing. I'm not even capping. Skynet 100% is a thing. And I half expected my Alexa right here to chime in and be like, oh, what are you talking about? Skynet's not real. Trying to gaslight my ass. I highly expected it to do that. Wait, Spiral? I don't know what that is. I'd have to look up that one. I'm pretty bad with names most of the time, so. Yeah, I figured you meant loved. Yeah. Origin? Wait, what? What are you talking about? Did I miss something? Yeah, I think I want to do a Saw marathon. You know, I don't think Hellraisers was that scary, but I don't really remember them either. I don't think I didn't really click with me. Like the guy with like the pins on his face and stuff just didn't, it's like I looked at him like, okay, cool. Right? I just feel like it didn't really jive with me, you know? How long have you got? Hold on. Oh, let me fix you. I don't know how. Oh, you didn't get timed out. Okay, you good? Are you good? Oh, because it had the could. Yeah, it's sorry. The way that you wrote that sentence, Nightbot blocked it thinking it was a link because it said could period B without a space. So it saw it as a thing. Okay. Wait, Spyro was the original for like the thing? For when it comes to Skynet? Really? Interesting. I just remember the Terminator series when I was a kid. Oh, for Saw. Oh. Is there one? Because when I pulled, let me grab these really quick. When I googled it the other day, the Saw series, there was a few of them that I hadn't heard of, but I don't think Spiral was one of them. There was one that was like the origin one, like the original. But I know that one was called like the Jigsaw, and then it went 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, I think, and then it jumps to like Jigsaw something else, and then it goes like 10, 11. And I'm like, whatever happened to 7, 8, and 9? You know what I mean? Like, I got really lost. Oh, let's grab these last. Yeah, I'm gonna pull it up really quick. Because I know there was one that like it was like the pre-story. It like showed like before the guy got thick or something, and like what led up to like him doing what he did. You're always drunk, Mandarin. It's a normal state of being for you, or at least you always talk like you're drunk. All right, let's pull it up really quick. The Saw series. Alright. So this is what we got, right? So we got Saw, Saw 2, Saw 3, 4, 5, 6. We got Saw 3D, the final chapter, which is interesting because they keep going. Jigsaw. Oh, Spiral. This is the one you're talking about. From the Book of Saw. I don't know what this one is. And then they got Saw 10. I thought there was an 11 as well. So that's why it goes to 11, because this is 7, 8, 9, and then this is 10. I find it weird that they didn't name this 7, 8, 9. Instead they gave them names and then they went back to 10 instead of giving it a name. It's just weird. Just around you makes you tolerable. Thanks. Hey, at least you're here, right? I don't really care. If you got a drink to make me tolerable, it is what it is. Sorry. I know I'm not a very entertaining person. I know I'm not a very enjoyable person to watch. But whatever it takes for you to actually be interested to watch me, I'm down for it. As long as you're not hurting anybody else, I'm good with it. Or doing anything illegal, I should say. But yeah, I don't know what this one is. Yeah, I've seen this picture. I just don't know anything about it. Oh, so is this in the future? Give it to type that out. Talk again. Yeah, I know. I am entertaining to some people, May, and we talk about it all the time. Like everybody has their own things that they like, right? Which is why like everybody watches different streamers for different reasons. And I don't hold anything against anybody. If you don't want to be here, I'm not gonna hold you to it. You know, if you want to show up, you show up. If you don't, you don't. Hey, it is what it is. I know I'm not everybody's cup of tea, so it is what it is. But yeah, this movie, it looks like it's in the future. It's like after all the Saw movies like took place, it's like this happened. And it's like a copycat maybe comes into place or something. That's what it seems like. Like oh, these happened in the past. Now it's coming off again. That's what it looks like, right? Later. It sounds good, man. And have a good one. See you. Thanks for being here. Thanks for chiming in and helping us out and talking and hanging with us. Hope you had a good time. And yeah, I'll talk to you later. Like I said, I'll be around the rest of the weekend. So if you're around, you're around. If you're not, you're not. You can always hit us some in the Discord like usual. See ya. Thank you. Bye bye. 300 days of watching is like, I know, that's what I'm saying though, man. Like, I appreciate you. Like, I'm saying, like, it's just, I happen to be your cup of tea. And I'm glad, you know, I'm glad that at least somebody enjoys my content. Doesn't just, you know, show up once a month and say, "Hey, how's life?" and then never come back. You know what I mean? And then unfollows me, and then comes back and follows me again, and then comes back and unfollows me, and then comes back and follows me. This is what it is, though. I don't, like I said, I don't hold it against people. Like, I don't watch people all that often myself. You know, like, you don't want to watch someone, you don't want to watch someone. Pretty simple. Alrighty, so let's get 10 of these made. We're almost to 205. We're so close to 205. 288, let's go. Oh god, we're almost done. We're almost fucking done. Please. Please. We're so close. We're so close. Alright, what do we need to go and farm? Hold on. So we have no bricks. We have some lodestone to work with. Alright, so let's do another run of stone. We're almost fucking done with this. Like, I don't think 205 is going to max us to 250, but it's going to give us a massive jump. For sure. Going to give us a massive jump. And I haven't been doing this with strength set up on, so that's kind of my mistake, but whatever. Oh. But hopefully we will be able to get this last refining skill done today, so we can start working back on our engineering. And we can try and get some daily crafts done. That'll be huge. We can get some of our daily refining crafts done, build up some resources for us for making gear later, and then we can max out some of our professions one at a time. Like I said, the fishing one, I am honestly not that worried about. That is a really easy profession to work on. That'll come any day I wanted to get that done, I can get that done. I will need some of the materials though to craft some of the gear. Not a big deal. We're going to finish engineering and then we're going to move on to, I think, furnishing next. After engineering is done, because furnishing is going to be necessary for a lot of our trophies, which will be nice. And we're going to put some effort into trophies. Like, obviously, I want to work on my armoring and my tailoring and all that stuff as well. But all right. I really wish I could get some fucking rabbit feet though. That is definitely a grind I'm gonna have to sit down for. That's fucking obnoxious. You're getting a ton of life motes though. That should be really helpful. Oh, I forgot. Once we actually do get 205, we need to go and make gemstone powder. Best. Oof. I wonder if we have that unlocked. It's gonna take a bunch of gemstones. We might not have a lot to be able to do that. That's gonna be fun to grind. That might be the one thing that holds us back from getting 250 stone connect today, is if we don't have enough gems. Oh. You out of your ad yet? Welcome back. Yeah, like I said, I don't watch horror movies all that much. Like actual straight up like suspenseful horror movies. You know, like Annabelle and Freaky Friday or whatever the fuck that movie was called. Or Five Nights at Freddy's. Like I don't really watch any of like the newer like horror movies. I don't really have any interest in them, right? But I can't remember the last time a movie actually scared me. Now I've had a few jump scares where something pops out of nowhere. I'm like, oh shit, right? It makes me jump, but it's not like I'm scared. It's just like came out of nowhere. You know, I wasn't expecting it. And like that's the thing. Like I don't truly find scary movies scary. There are the few things that I have like aversions to, like I said, clowns and dolls. But other than those two aversions, like nothing that I watch that's quote unquote scary doesn't really. Yeah, I was saying, I saw your message. And I was like, I'm kind of in the same boat. Like it doesn't really scare me. Like my wife, she can watch something that even perceivably like remotely kind of in the genre of scary, and she has nightmares. Like she can't sleep. I don't have that problem. I mean, I remember being a kid watching Jaws and like having dreams of sharks eating me and stuff like that, right? Playing the game Diablo when I was a child and having dreams of skeletons cutting me in half and stuff. Like, I remember having these dreams when I was a kid, and it just kind of made me numb to the whole scary aspect. I don't really get scared of this stuff anymore. Yeah, but I mean, at the end of the day, though, mate, like some people, that's just what they like to do to pass their time. You know, like some people like to go bar hopping, some people like to go walk on trails, and watch nature and camping and doing drugs or whatever. Everybody has their own thing. Some people like working on cars. Some people like working on like action figures or model cars or collecting things or whatever. Like everybody has their thing, and I just feel like this day and age is kind of leaning more towards like TV, right? It's leaning more towards TV. It's leaning towards movies. It's leaning towards, animated, things, animes, comics to go with that, aka, novels or whatever. I just feel like I wouldn't call it, I wouldn't consider yourself a nerd if that's the case. I think the word nerd is a little overused because I think what puts you into the realm of nerd status on something is if you truly believe you are what you're doing, right? Like if you truly believe you're Superman and you read and divulge into anything and everything Superman and you fully wholeheartedly believe that you are a Superman, okay, you've crossed the line into nerd, right? If you watch so much Dragon Ball and Dragon Ball Z, Dragon Ball GT, Dragon Ball Super, and all that stuff that's Dragon Ball related, and you fully believe that you're a Super Saiyan, you've crossed the line into nerd. If you're sitting there screaming at the top of your lungs, thinking you're powering up in the middle of a fucking grocery store right before you get into a fight with somebody, you've crossed the line into nerd. But if you just enjoy watching it, reading it, understanding that it's fictional and, it's just entertainment, whatever else, I wouldn't call you a nerd. Right? I would just say you found something you enjoy, that piques your interest, right? Sure. Watch it. It is what it is. Just because you like something that other people would deem nerdy, I wouldn't say it makes you a nerd. Personally, right? Obviously, I'm one of those people. I watch anime. I watch a lot of TV shows. I watch a lot of movies. I watch a lot of that stuff. I wouldn't call myself a nerd because I don't. I don't live and breathe the lore of that stuff. You know what I mean? Like that's where I think like when people start living and breathing the lore of something, that's when I think you cross the line into like nerd status, right? Like take the Harry Potter fans that 100% like live and breathe the entire story and lore of that book from start to finish. You know, like you start crossing that line when you start like legitimately living and breathing and like living to the letter of the lore. Like that's where you start crossing those lines. It sounds like Batman. I'm Batman. Just like all right. Confirmed. Mate is officially Batman. That's pretty funny. Not saying your voice is funny, but I'm just saying. I'm Batman. Just I'm getting so close to finishing this. So I'm torn. With this Iron Man playthrough, guys, should I put a checklist on the stream? Like just an overlay of text of things that have been completed and things that haven't still been completed, so that way you guys can like easily see when you come into the stream, okay, well this is done, this is done, this is done, this is what still needs to get done, so people have like an idea of like how far along we are in the Iron Man. Do you think that's worth it? Or do you think, fuck it, hang out, figure it out? Ask questions. I feel like it is helpful to see at a glance like what all has been completed, what all is still in the works. For people that just chime into the stream out of nowhere. And then they have like at a glance without having to like read anything or say anything, they can kind of guesstimate where we're at. I think it can be useful, but I also think that putting things on the screen is just always something I've always disliked. I don't like there being like clutter on the screen, which is why I've never done it. And I just feel like if you want to know, you'd ask. It's not really a lot of work. Basically what it would boil down to is I would just put text overlay on the screen and I just have to type. I just have to type it out. And then whenever I wanted to change something, I'd have to just go to the text and I just have to click on it and then just like edit it. It wouldn't be technically that hard. It might be annoying to set up originally to get like the font, size, format, location, and stuff all sorted properly. But I don't think it would be overall too difficult. I got a quest here to turn in? Interesting. Oh yeah, we did Dynasty the other day. I forgot about that. I'll turn that in a bit. Oh. Please hurry up and finish this shit. I just think it's nice to, it would be a nice thing to put on there for some people, but I think most people don't really care, right? Because there's a streamer of mine that I watch every once in a while. I don't watch him all that often, purely because the content is really boring, because it's a lot of just like grinding, and it kind of bores the crap out of me. Now his banter and his conversations and his explanations and his teachings is very entertaining, and I do like that stuff. But he plays Black Desert Online, and he sits there for hours, like cooking and doing alchemy and doing hunting and just like farming herbs, and it's just a lot of just grinding, right? It's like it's great when he's doing banter and he's answering people's questions and he's giving tips and advice. Like it's great. But one thing he does do is on the side of his stream in text, he writes down how many pen attempts he's had, how many were successful, how many were fails, how many of these upgrades he's attempted, how many of these upgrades he's attempted, how many of these he's done, what achievements have been completed. Hey, I have rank blah, I have rank this, I have rank that. He has a bunch of that stuff just on the side of his screen, like a huge list of stuff. So that way, at a glance, coming into a stream, even if you're like always there, you can kind of see the update as it pushes along. You're like, oh shit, he got another pen item, or hey, he completed this. Sweet, good prog, you know. And then there's other people that are like just coming to a stream and they see that list of stuff of accomplishments on the side and they're like, holy shit, this guy's done a lot, right? It's like kind of like it's a good thing, but it can be a bad thing as well. I don't know. But it does take up a bit of the screen to do that. Which isn't a big deal. I mean, you can configure your stream in any way to make it work, but it's just I don't know if it's worth it. Like, if it's necessary for me as the way I play to put that on the screen. Oh, I'm getting tired though. I'm hoping to get this 250 done soon so we can get off a bit early. I do feel a lot better though. I don't really feel that sick. I feel about 90%. I'm feeling way better. But I'm tired and I want to watch this movie. So we might not make it to 5 o'clock today. Ugh. And we did lose a few people on the VODs channel too. Kind of sad. I think we lost about 4 people this month. And it's probably just people that were hoping that I'd play more Minecraft and I haven't been playing any Minecraft, so. Who you watch? I don't know. I mean, you can always recommend another person to raid. God, man. Yeah, you can tell I'm yawning a lot. I'm getting tired. No one to raid? Yeah, it happens. You can always go and watch Miss Congeniality, mate. You can probably find that somewhere free to watch on one of the streaming platforms that you have. Not like it's not a horror movie or scary or anything, but it is like kind of comical. Bad bear. Bad. Hey, piggy, 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 piggy. Oh, I really hope that this is the last loop we have to do to hit 250. I highly doubt it's going to be the last loop, but I'm hoping it is. I really hope it is. I think cooking is going to be an interesting one to level up, because we're going to have to farm a ton of stuff. Farming bananas wouldn't be hard, because we can farm a bunch of banana trees. Farming cabbage, and some of those things won't be too difficult either. They have a bunch of places to pick them up from. But certain things only come out of provision crates, so I think those we're gonna have to avoid at best, like at all costs, basically. As long as we can avoid the crate only ones from spam crafts, I think we'll be fine. But we could easily farm up a bunch of rabbit meat. We could easily farm up a bunch of deer meat. Like wolf meat and stuff like that. Pig meat. We can always farm up all that stuff. We can always farm up a bunch of fish too. Get some fillets. A lot of that stuff can easily be farmed up in mass quantities for mass cooking. I feel like what we need to get to is the level for making one of our attribute foods, like the high tier attribute foods, before we get to 250, and use that to craft. Alright. So we only have 11 because we don't have many bricks. That kind of sucks. There's a farm regular stone for that. And then we got 9 of these, which I don't think is enough. Oh, it is. Oh, let's go. Alright. Alright, so we can do 126 void stones. I think we have way more than enough, so that's 400. Yeah, so we have more than this. We need 126 powerful gemstone powder. Where the fuck do I make gemstone powder? Wait, is it in here? No, is it? I don't think it's a workbench. Not there. I don't remember where gemstone powder does come. Oh, maybe it's in the gym shop. Because they moved the gyms to this guy. Maybe they're here. We need powerful. Oh, right. This is the one we needed. Shit balls, bro. All right. So we need 170. We need 8 levels. All right. Do we do transfusions? That's the question. We have 6 of these, and I think it takes 3 each. So make a 7th wouldn't help. Making a single wouldn't help. Looking to see. We have a bunch of transfusions here, and we need uncut. It looks like. Looks like it's uncut. I don't see any here. Like diamond would be great. But what are we missing for diamond? Life. Okay, this one's easy. We can do that. Don't make purple life quintessence. All right. That's not what I wanted. Diamond. There we go. I'll craft this. Alright, that puts it 6-6. Okay, so that's 1. And then gemstone powder. Alright. That gave us 9. Alright, what about this one? Jasper. Jasper requires an air. I don't know if we have enough for air. we make 2 of these? We can. Okay. All right. We do have a decent amount of modes. We're about to run out of a lot of them. That shit gets expensive fast. All right. Jasper. This hopefully can put us to 170. Oh my god. We need one more. Are you kidding me? One more. No, and I don't think there's any other ones like on the list, right? Because this would be 5, 5. That's 8. This is 4. That's 5. So nothing is in groups of 3 anymore. Okay. So with that in mind, let's save it pristine. We don't want to cut them, we want fusions. Okay. So the question is, this one could make 3, but I don't think we have 3 souls. We can look at souls. We could do 2 of these if we had 2 fire, 2 air, 2 air, or 3 air. All right, so we have a lot of life. That's the thing. This is okay. So we could do 2 of these. Okay, so let's do 2 of these. This will fix it. Okay, we had enough death ones to do this. Okay. All right, that puts us to another 6. All right. Problem is we're not gonna have enough. We're not gonna have enough to make 126. This is not nearly enough to make 126 of these. We're gonna crush through all of our purples to do this. This is killing. Absolutely killing. Our fucking gemstones, man. We can farm gemstones. I'm not worried about that. Gemstones are easy to farm. We'll just go farm platinum and drop all the platinum on the ground. Not too big of a deal. That's what we're gonna have to do if we want to finish up our stone cutting, it looks like. We're just gonna have to go and farm gems at this point, which is fucking obnoxious. Yeah. We're at 21. We didn't even make it to 26. Oh, that might give us a bunch. It's 22. This is 24. Yeah, we didn't even get to 26 of these. Jesus. That's rough. But I think that's the best way to finish leveling this to 250 if it's enough XP. We'll have to do some math. But I don't think it's enough. And we can only do so many, I think. Oh yeah, this isn't the so many crafts per day. All right. This is going to give us a ton of XP. What? That didn't do anything. That was so much effort for no XP. Are you kidding? This is better. That's so much better. Oh, I'm so sad. I thought it was going to give us XP like the rest of them do. I mean, we need them for this. So at the end of the day, we need this and this. So, I mean, it's not that big of a deal. Because we do need to craft these. But fuck, that was so much XP. Or such a little XP. For how much effort we just put into that. We need the prismatic scarabs, I think, as well. To do the top tier craft. So we're going to need to do this at some point. That's rough. All right. So this is 150,000. So this is basically 10 more crafts to get 128. Well, you know what that means, guys? We need to go mining. There's no way around it. We need to go mining not for ore. We need to go mining for gemstones. So we're gonna be stuck mining gemstones for fucking eternity at this point. Because we need them for our gear at some point anyway. And to level up our gem crafting. Well, because we need to do room glasses and stuff like that. But this is kind of frustrating now. It's not going to be too bad as long as there's not a whole slew of like dickheads farming the platinum. And if it is, we'll have to find another place to farm it. But there's not a ton of platinum here. Now, we'll farm the gold and we'll farm the platinum. And what we'll do is we'll bring it back to town and we'll actually consume the ore into gemstone boxes. Give us extra. So it'll be 2 birds with 1 stone. So we can do this in an infinite loop. We won't just drop the loot on the ground because it just makes no sense to just drop it on the ground and not get anything for it. Now that you can consume it into gems. So this is what we're going to be stuck doing to finish off our jewel crafting. This our stone cutting. It's just ridiculous. This is going to be a joke. So we need 10 crafts. But we need 10 powerful gemstones, which is 30 overall purple gems. We need a total of 30 purple freaking gems. Just to get to 208 stone cutting. Oh, that's what we're shooting for right now, I guess. Greens aren't very helpful. We can convert greens up. We can convert blues up. It's not a big deal. If we get those, we can convert them to purples later. It could be helpful. Problem is the amount of motes it takes to do that. What next update? The amount of motes it takes to upgrade those is hard. Now, the motes, aka for like the life motes, tolerable because we're getting life motes while we're doing this, so I think that's fine to have to manage. We'll get plenty of life motes while we're doing this. There's somebody here. That's unfortunate. But we'll get a lot of life motes. So anything that requires life motes, we can convert up because I'm going to be getting a ton of life motes while we're doing this. But I think any of the other motes isn't doable right now, purely because we don't have a reliable way to farm them. So I know where we're at with that, at least. So it's not too big a deal. Like I said, some of them we can convert up, but most of them we can't. We'll have to figure out something for the other modes. Like I said, there's one that we can farm for. I think it's death. We can technically farm from, what's it called? Chopping. But we don't have modes for anything else. Couldn't move my mouse. Hit my keyboard. Oh. The next update will be soon? Hell yeah. Do we know what it's going to be other than those coupons? I don't know what those coupons have to do with anything, but you said something about those coupons, whereas in the teaser or something. I'll also pick up chest fiber here too. There's no reason not to pick up chests for... I mean, I don't want to go out of my way to get chests since that's not really my goal, but it was literally right there in my face, so might as well. Because there's a chest up there, there's a chest over there, there's a chest over there, like, a lot of chests. I don't really want to spend the time to, like, go out of my way for chests, but we do need some, because we're going to need materials, and I don't want to go on chest runs constantly. We're going to end up doing that anyway for materials later. Bigger than part one? And it includes construction? Okay. Interesting. So is it the rest of World 7 portals plus more professions from World 7, and then he is adding in parts from other aspects of the game, like you said, like construction and other like things like that. Is that like what's going on with the update? He's like daisy chaining other professions from other worlds into it now. Yeah, it's part 2, but that's what I was saying. Is part 2 actually going to be like more portals? Because I'm still not finished opening all the portals for part 1. I mean, obviously we don't know until it happens, right? At the end of the day. Okay, so yeah, I mean, like I said, we won't know until it actually happens, but you're surmising that maybe it'll only be like another third of the portals. He's probably going to leave the last couple portals locked for a while. Because I remember originally people were saying that World 7 was supposed to be like the biggest world that we've obtained. Supposed to have the most to it or something. At least the gist of what I understood. Yeah, so I have most portals unlocked, but I'm at the crabs right now. Like, I don't know, crabs. Where you need like 10 billion to get to the next fucking portal or something. Some of my characters are almost done with the crabs and on to the next ones, which I think is the last portal. But some of my characters are struggling to get any kills there. Like, some of my guys are literally getting like 100k kills an hour, and other people are getting like a couple million kills an hour. Some of my characters are really struggling because they just don't have gear. Really, part 1 was the biggest update? Seriously? I didn't realize that. I felt like spelunking itself didn't feel very big. I mean, it felt impactful, but it didn't feel like a big part. Getting only a handful of portals didn't feel very big per se, but it did offer enough of a world, like for doing some quests, getting some stuff done, you know, unlockings of some stuff, farming from more vials and stuff, and parts of the alchemy. So it did add a lot of that, but it just felt like overall, like it didn't add a ton. It didn't add a lot. It didn't feel like, but I mean maybe, because I mean what it did. I mean I guess it did add coral for different buffs and benefits through the game. It did add mediocrity. It did add Whalmer for some extra stuff on that. I just feel like it didn't seem that big. Yeah, most of my guys are not. So a lot of my guys are still in troll armor. I was saying spelunking is kind of big. I'll definitely give that to it. Spelunking was a big upgrade, but I don't think it was like okay. When you say it was the biggest upgrade in the game, period, like ever since the game came out. I just, when I think of upgrade, I don't think like, I think of like what was added, right? Not the impact it had on the game per se, but what did it add to the game? I feel like it didn't add a lot, but it did give a lot of, oh, that was pure solvent. That's a lot of pure solvent. I didn't realize that. Holy shit. Like I said, I feel like it added a lot of value, but it was just one update. It was a single update that added all of that, right? That's why I said that's why when I said like I don't see a lot of like, I didn't see like it added a lot, it's because of that, right? Oh, there's some purple. That's what I'm talking about. More purples. Let's go. More purples. So that's a lot of purples. See, that's what I'm talking about. That's what we need. That is what we need. That's a purples. Let's go. That's like 1, 2, 3. Yeah, that's 3. 7 more. But yeah, spelunking does touch everything basically. So like I'm not opposed to saying that that was a big update, but it was a single entity, right? One entity made a big impact. I would say, I guess the word I would look for instead of biggest update would be biggest impact. I think the biggest impact update for sure, but I wouldn't say that that one update added the most content to the game so far. Yeah, and that's what I was saying. I think the word I would use was impactful, right? Because just like how you said, it's because of how impactful it was is why you say it's the biggest update. I wouldn't say it's the biggest update, but I would say it's the most impactful update because it could have been the smallest update in the world. It could have literally just been an update only adding spelunking, which is like a very minuscule part of the game, but it's such an impactful part of the game that it plays a massive big role in the game. Just like adding, let's say if there was a single update to add alchemy. Alchemy is hands down one of the biggest increasements to the game. But if that was one update all on its own, just a single update that added one single skill like that, you wouldn't call it a big update, but you would call it an impactful update, a meaningful update. And that's what I'm saying. I think the word big is probably lost on me in that argument, but I would definitely agree that it is probably one of the most powerful updates. But I like I said, I find it hard to argue biggest, but I definitely will say most impactful for sure. I would say most impactful second maybe to alchemy, because yes, spelunking is crazy strong, but I feel like without alchemy, it's minuscule in comparison, right? Because alchemy is just that strong. Well, like I said, we're just gonna be fucking hitting rocks, man. And without a lot of pure solvent, I didn't realize we were gonna need a lot of pure solvent. So we're not gonna be able to like really consume a lot of this ore because the pure solvent needed to do this. We're gonna need a lot for the actual conversions. So I don't even know if this is a good way of getting our purples because the greens aren't really worth it. So going for the gold, I don't think is worth it. I think it's all about the platinum. So we might have to do a rotation between this place and another place. I have to figure out a second place to do plat. So if we do 2 plat rotations, it should be enough for infinite. And we're shooting for purples, and I don't know if I can get purple drops from what I currently have access to. I don't think I can. I'd have to go to New World DB and check, but I don't think plat's gonna drop me purples. If I'm being honest, like And if it's not, we might have to just farm mithril and hope for it. Problem with farming mithril is like it's kind of scarce. I mean, there's a lot of places where we can go and hit it, and it's fine. But I have no use for mass amounts of mithril. At least with platinum, we can convert it into gems if we can farm enough pure solvent. Yeah, okay. So I kind of want to AFK for a few minutes and then pick up the loot here and then find a... While we AFK, we can look for another platinum spot. So let's turn off lodestone since we no longer need to farm that shit. Platinum. And I want to look to see... yeah, this is where we're farming it, right? No, that's not where we're farming. Could do that place. That place is scary. Probably not worth us doing that one. Okay, we're currently here. And that's okay. And probably not a great place either. Need place that has a bunch. That's not too... Oh, we did like this place. I had to figure this route out again. This wasn't a bad place. Oh, we did this place anyway. Okay, so that's not bad. We could run up there. And we have this down here, so that's not too bad. You can hit both those places pretty easy. That's actually not too terrible. Terrified of that place. I don't want there. This is very minuscule as well, at best. Okay, so it looks like the only other good place is the reek water. Okay. And I don't know where all the spawns are in reek water, but I think I can figure most of them out. I think this one's on the downside. I'd have to come in, hit these, or to come up, wrap down, probably grab the chest, then come up this way. I don't know if... Oh yeah, so we can go up this way, and then we can just go around. This is... I never go up this way. But we can come up this way, climb up, and then head down. Then we'd have to end recall. Not too big of a deal. We have to learn that route and like program it into our brains, I think. Alright. Let's grab this plat really quick. Some of it should be back at least. And then I want to New World DB this before we start running plat. Because if the plat can't drop purples, which I thought it used to, then it's not worth it. Because yes, we can convert it into gem boxes, which do drop a lot of purples. It's not worth farming the plat for the blues just to use all the pure solvent to make purples. I feel like it's just better to farm the purples outright. I want to check up there. I think there might be one up there. There used to be. I don't know if there is anymore. Let's finish this route, and then we'll go and look up platinum and see. I should just look up pristine gems and see where I can get them from, because I know I can get them from the caches. Did just kill that guy. Because now he's gonna chase me. He's gonna shoot me. Oh, he might not shoot me. Oh, shoot me. Maybe I'm a little out of range. That would be nice.
I think he's stuck on that platform, so maybe it's not a bad thing. One there, one too. I'm gonna grab some of these boxes and get a little bit of more stuff. I wait on that one rock. That rock could take up to 20 minutes. So well, probably another like 5 minutes. But... While we sit here, if you see this rock pop up, let me know. I'm gonna be a little distracted. New World DB pristine. Let's just look up Emerald. I don't really give a shit because they're all gonna drop out of the same stuff. Alright, so gathered from. There's no way you get pristine out of iron. There's no fucking shot, bro. Motes, yeah. I've never once in my entire life think I've ever seen a pristine drop out of iron in my entire life. There's no fucking shot. It says it comes out of iron. It says it comes out of star metal. It says it comes out of orichalcum. Which orichalcum I can understand. It says it comes out of silver, gold, platinum, mithril. It says it comes out of everything, and I don't believe it. I honestly do not believe it. I will say though, mithril is probably our best bet. It has less droppable items. So maybe we farm mithril. Because if I look at platinum can drop pristines and blues. So it also drops blues and purples, but purple's only 1 to 2 of them, versus the blues are 2 to 6, and then in mithril it drops 2 to 6 on purples. So I think mithril is our bet instead of plat, but myth is way more scarce. All right, so we do know of this nodes. Don't know how we might be able to do this one too, but that one requires us to like TP out. I don't know how easy this place would be. We have to chest this place. Definitely not doing that place. But that place is probably doable. Funny that there's no back. There's no whatchamacallit there. I think he was here for the platinum and saw me sitting there waiting on it. Being a G and not taking it from me. Alright, so I think we're gonna go for myth instead of the plat. I think we just keep this stuff. I'm just gonna teleport back to base. I don't have to run. Alright, so we have our regular spot to get a little bit of myth. I'm looking to see if there's a few other easy ones. We do one recall basically, because we have this one. This is a recall. This one for some reason isn't showing me there's a teleporter here, but I know there's one over there. There's definitely a town there. Couple myth nodes. Where's the rest of the myth? Alright, so there is some up here, not a lot. Not near a teleporter, not near a teleporter. Kind of in the middle of nowhere, kind of in a cave. Not really. I think it's close to a... That one might not be a bad spot either. This one's covered in mobs. We probably could do it now that we're a high level 70. We can try that one as well, but they're not near fast travels. That's the problem. For some reason, some of these fast travel spots aren't popping up. Not gonna do that one. This one could be doable. We only need a few places though. I'm looking for some like easy ones that are like near fast travels. Okay, why can't I see? Looking for like why I can't see some of these fast travel spots. Yeah, well, that showed some stuff, but not what I was looking for. Alright, whatever. It's fine. Because a lot of fast travels are up, but not in some of the zones. I just feel like there's not a lot in Nighthaven, so it's probably not a good spot. Alright, let's take a quick gander really quick. So Nighthaven says that there are here. We could try that and see how that is. It just looks like it might be full of mobs. Let's go try that. I'm gonna go take a look at it really quick. It's not too far from a fast travel. Oh, you're almost to what's trillion billion trillion? You're almost to your first queue. I had to think about that one for a second. You're almost to 1 queue. Insane. Good frog. All right. So we're gonna head to this. Yeah, I don't really want to fight in this new zone because all the mobs are higher level, but there's not a lot of mobs around that spot, and it's easy to get to. We might take that and then just, grab the stuff, run back out. Because if that's an easy spot and then the other place is an easy spot, if we have 2 or 3 easy spots where we don't have to fight mobs for it, I think we can make that work without having to like do any like weird wraps and combat fighting and long runs and stuff. I just want something that's easy. Easy spots, easy stuff. Like if I have to fight a couple mobs, that's fine. I just don't want to take a long time fighting and just or fight for every node or anything crazy. One simple shit. Teleport, run, grab a few, and I'm right next to a teleporter. That's what we're looking for. Easy stuff. Alright. So right down this hill supposedly. I think it's on the waterfront. I mean, it might be taken. Some people might be farming it. But supposedly it's like around here. Yeah, some up there it looks like. I figure out how to get there. Really? Oh, just climb. Just climb. For the love of God, just climb. Alright. So we got 2 Renos here. Might be easier to run across the top and jump down. I'll have to check it out. Problem is I'm kind of... Oh, there's 3 prisons. Yeah, so this is much better already. I'm wondering if it might be easier to run across the top and then drop down. Because getting back out might be annoying. Because I was running from that side to this side, I was already at the end. But if I go to the end and then have to come all the way back, could be a problem. And if there's nothing to fight, I can run my sword for jumping across. Alright, and then like I said, this one is a little bit further. Oh yeah, I think the other one's up there. Way up there. Can we get up here? I don't know if it's above me or if it's all the way down here. 'Cause it's like right here supposedly. I think that's above us. Okay. I think what this one is we have to go up top, clear that, and then jump down and go that way for those, and then we can run out. So we'll try it. Like I said, this is just trial and error right now. Once we find a good like pattern or route, we can get a lot of myth in a short period of time. Because I know of like a couple places. Obviously we have the one go-to that we were using, And then there's another one that I don't really use all that much because it requires you to like teleport out or to whatchamacallit, run a good ways to get to a fast travel. Not a good ways, but a little ways. And I just don't like having to deal with that. Like, obviously, the one that we do use, you still have to run a little ways to get to a fast travel because you're running away from the fast travel and you have to run back. So it's just like, it's not a loop like we would like. But let's go up top. And then we got to go to basically here. As long as we can avoid combat on the way up there, we'll be fine. Alright, so we come here, and then we run up this road. What the fuck are we stuck on? Literally nothing? Like, what is that? Like, what is that? Okay, well, that's fucking stupid. Whatever's blocking me there is kind of in the way. Alright, yeah, we gotta go up here. Head this way. We got Ori, we got iron. Iron fucking everywhere. There should be myth up here. Gotta find it all. Alrighty, okay. So, we basically start here, it looks like. We wrap our way that way. Alright, so this wouldn't be too difficult. Show up. Get up here. Follow this. As long as there's like nothing else we need down there, I think we'll be fine. I only see 4. I think that's all it is. I think it's those 4 and those 3. So it's like 7 nodes. It's not a lot. Like I said, I don't really care about the actual myth, total amount of myth we get. Myth is nice, but we don't need it. 14 inspo lunking? Really? Jeez. Alright, so we hit these 4. Right. We're gonna put on the sword really quick. Because we're just gonna go good old yeety yeety right off the mountain here. And then we give a good old swimmy swim. Yeah, so that's probably what we'll end up having to do. Is just go up there, get those 4. Come over here, run across, grab those 3. And then we go right to the teleporter and we move on to the next place. It's only 7 nodes. Which is not a lot, but it's like I said, we're not going for ore, we're going for gems, and no matter the size of the gem, we still get the same amount of, or the size of the ore, we still get the same amount of gemstone. Issue we're gonna run into is how do we get up there from the side? Right, because we gotta get up there. So how do we get up there from over here without wasting a lot of time? I felt like we could probably go this way. Maybe able to do this. Oh, please. Oh, okay. So we'll go this way. Looks like this sucks because I wanted to be able to jump up from this side, and felt like I was able to get up there last time. I don't know how I did it. But we can easily go up this way, right? Not too bad. I felt like I was able to get up here though. When I came back across this way, I felt like I was able to get up here. Anyway, so we get these 3, and then we head back out and up to the recall. Okay, so that's one easy 7 proc. Like I said, we'll just drop the myth because we don't need it. And it's not that far. So this is not a too bad of a one. Alright, so I'm okay with this one. Okay, I don't think the rest of these are very good because, like, there's 3 there, 3 there, 3 there. I don't like it when it's like 3 of them just doesn't seem like enough to warrant me to teleport to. 7 is fine. These are all spread out. That's at the end. I don't want to deal with. That's a lot of work. I don't want to. So there is all of these, which I'm tempted to try. Right here. There's no teleporter near it. Basically, I'd have to come here. I'd have to jump down, deal with it here, here, and here, and then I have to run back up, which is kind of a long distance. Not a huge fan of that, but it is a lot of myth. Our other option, and I don't like it because there's no teleporter over here, so that's not good. Is these two. Okay, our last option that I wanted to try. Maybe not last. Because that's a lot. We can try this Cutlass Keys one. Cutlass Keys one looks insane, but it's probably the most farmed one out of all of them. And it is... Yeah, it's right here. I don't think I'm strong enough to be able to do this one. So I think I'll avoid that one. Because Cutlass Keys got changed, and it's kind of wild there now. Alright, so it would be... this one. Problem with this one is there's no fast travel near it, once again. And it's a lot of running. So I wonder if it's just best to do this one. But this one doesn't have a fast travel anymore, so it's not even worth doing. So we have this one and that one. Those are the 2 easy ones to hit. And then I need to find a third. Which one will we do as a third? Like, that's the question. That's not just like triples. Like, you know what? Okay. We'll do this one. And then I think what we'll do is we'll do the top one that didn't have fast travel near it. Because that one we can just fast travel out. Right? Take advantage of the fast of the end teleport. And we can just those 3 alone will probably be more than enough. Of course. Someone's here for the fucking mithril. You can take the big ones. I don't really give a shit, bro. I don't care about the myth. You can have the fucking myth. I just want the gems. All I care about. Oh, let's do luck. We should be doing the luck song as well. Much luck as possible. I don't know if quantity would help us with the gemstones. It might. But luck will make them proc more often as well. Because the quantity can drop anywhere from 2 to 6 of them. And if the quantity would bring it up to like a base of like 3 to 7, that'd be pretty good. Good as well, but... Alright, looks like we're gonna go all the way to 5, mate, because knowing I have to farm all these gems up, it's gonna take a while, so might as well put some effort in. Like I said, farming up the blues isn't worth it because of how much pure solvent it would take and the conversions, and then the only ones I'd reliably be able to convert would be the lifestone ones, which would be like diamonds and stuff. Maybe opals or something. I don't know what the other one is, but I know diamonds is one of them. So I'd only be able to like mess with the diamond ones, which limits what we get significantly. All right, so there's the myth, and then we'll go do the other one. Our only other option is to do elite chest runs once a day. Follow people around, take advantage of those, but they always happen at the end of the stream and they take hours, so I don't really like doing it. But this is the last one. I feel like between these three, if I do the two quick ones, right? One Night Haven, we do this one. So this one gives 5, the other one gives 7. This one gives a lot, but I have to combat the whole time and I have no fast travel out. So that's the downside of this one. Is I can drop down what I'm looking for, but it's right here. I drop down here, I wrap this, and then I have this and this. Literally those 4 or 3 places. And like I said, it's combat mostly. I thought this one was going to be combat. I thought this one was in the cave. Okay, so this is actually pretty nice. Yeah, let's zoom in on what we're farming. Because yeah, there should be 5 here, 5 there, and 5 there. So that's like 15 rocks in that small area, which is really good. And it's going to give us a ton of mining XP for chances at the mining material, or the mining pattern. That's a lot. We just got a whole bunch of purple gems there. That's huge for us. Oh, even more. Let's go. All right. We need to drop. All right, and then from here we head north. Well, northeast. Don't hurry up and finish mining then. Oh, even more. Let's go. We got 5 out of that total. Alright, so there's the first pack of stuff we need. Grab it out of the way. Alright, so the first pack seems to be on those rocks. They might have taken them. That's unfortunate. Yeah, they took them. So this doesn't look too bad. So you grab these, you grab this. They missed that one. I don't know how they missed this one. Okay. So there's this one, and then you gotta follow the river down to the other one. As I said, you're gonna end up fighting for some of them. Like this one's actually a lot in one area. So you're probably gonna fight for this one a little bit. Guess you don't have to combat. I thought this was like more contested with mobs. Okay, I see 2 rocks there. Yeah, I thought there was gonna be more stuff contesting rocks. Guess they're just on the rocks, not really being contested. Interesting. Weird that this guy's not getting all of it. Maybe they spawned after? I don't know. There should be 5 in each one. There's 2, 3, 4. Oh, there's 5. Interesting. Yeah, maybe they're just respawning after he's gone. Interesting. Okay, so like I said, this isn't a bad spot either. This is actually pretty good. I thought there was going to be a lot more combat. It's just there's no fast travel out. That's the only downside of this one. Alright, let's drop this. Don't really need the Ori. Wait, should we keep the Ori? I think we keep the Ori. We're gonna need Ori. I don't think we keep the gold. I don't think we keep the plat. We'll keep the gems. think the rest we keep, but I think we get rid of those because we're literally not going to use them. Yeah, I think these are respawning. Alright, and then we can fast travel out. Like I said, there's no real good way out of here, so we can end recall. We can go up to Night Haven, we can hit that spot again. I don't think it's been long enough, so I think it needs to be 20 minutes. I don't think these 3 spots are 20 minutes, so we might need to find a 4th spot. I'm not opposed to, but it needs to be somewhere near fast travel. We can hit 3 easy fast travel spots and then this spot. But I want to do this for testing purposes because I think Night Haven is a got a bunch of small ones which have fast respawn timers. But the big ones can take up to 20 minutes, which is why you need a 20-minute rotation. But if you're focusing on the small ones, you can do 10-minute rotations. You won't get the big ones very often. That's the only downside. All right, so we come here. Up. Oh man, oh man, oh man. I don't like that there's like a fucking invisible wall here or something. Don't know what it is. But like, look at this. This is ridiculous. I can't walk past that. I have to go all the way around it. That's really dumb. Hey guys, we'll keep it up to date. We'll keep it bug free. We'll make sure it's operational and running smooth. Fucking massive fucking skybox. Right near a point of interest. Like, yep. Totally bug free, guys. Totally doing your jobs. Not sleeping on the job, getting paid to do nothing or anything. Holy fuck, dude. I mean, don't get me wrong, like, if I really cared, I would put in a bug report for it so they can maybe go around and fix it, but... Alright, so yeah. Some of this is here, some of this is not. Like I said, that one's a big one, so I think that one's going to take longer, for sure. So I can't be, like, picky about that one taking so long, but these smaller ones, they should be ready. I mean, I could do this infinitely. Like, I'm not going to get every single node every single time. But the small ones should have enough time to come back. And the small ones is really all we're shooting for. Because they should have the same drop quantity of gems. Because that is our main primary goal of what we're shooting for. Wait, was that 5? Oh, and it just came back too. I don't think that was 5. Why can't I climb this? 1, 2, 3, 4. Where's the 5th? I thought there was 5. Did I miss one somewhere? That's supposed to be 5. Oh no, it was 4 and then 3 more downstairs. Okay. Alright. Well, with that, guys, I know it's a smidgen early, but I think I'm going to call it here. We got a lot of gems. Like, in that short period of time, we got what? Fucking... That's a lot. So 3, 4, 7, 14... 17, sorry. Then we got 20, 31, 41, 49 gems in a very short period of time. That's a lot. Granted, divide that by 3, that's still only what, 10, 13, 16 or 17 crafts or something like that. Not great. That's pretty solid. Pretty solid. All right. So with that in mind, guys, like I said, we are going to call it here. It was fine. We made a lot of progress today. We're not quite done with the one we wanted to get done, if I'm being completely honest, but it's fine. Finding skills are almost all finished, which is pretty good. Come on. Come on. Needs to be faster. Crazy. But let's look. So we obviously finished smelting, weaving, and woodworking and leatherworking. We pushed this a lot. It was like 160 when we started. We're now at 207. We're now farming gems to push to 250. And then we'll be ready for daily crafts on this whenever we get to it. This will be done. And this will be done. Music I'm not worried about. Writing is already done. Music is fine. I'll get that done eventually. I'm not even going to worry about that. Fishing, we can sit down and do it anytime we want. Next thing we're going to finish off is engineering, which requires us literally just to sit in the freaking cave. We're going to sit in cave and we're just going to scrap every single fucking weapon that we can get. And we are going to speed level this bitch to 250. Once that shit is done, we'll sit down and I think probably do armoring and weaponsmithing purely because the cave can finish these off for us as well once we get to 200. Push both of these to 200. We push these to 250. We have 3 of these skills done. We have all of this done. We're just literally left with these last ones. Jewelry shouldn't be too hard either because we should be able to get a bunch of jewelry scraps from cave. Once we get to 200, we should be good. Arcana, we can do the same thing. I think we can do Arcana the same way. Cooking and furnishing is going to be the pain in the ass. Cooking shouldn't be too bad because we can just farm materials to spam cook stuff between fishing, hunting, skinning, and gathering materials. And then furnishing is going to be the big milestone. Once we finish furnishing, we'll have all the trade skills done, and then we just need to farm trophies. I don't know how much time it's going to take us to do all that. But that is our roadmap. And I feel like it's doable. I just hope I can keep enough interest in the Ironman to finish it, because Quinfall is severely sucking me in. But anyway, I'm out, guys. I will be back tomorrow. I hope you guys enjoyed the stream. For any of you that want to join the Discord, feel free. The only thing I ask is don't be a dick. If you ever want to, ask any questions. If you ever have any questions, you ever want to share something, show something off, or help somebody out, that's the best place to do it. If you ever want to hit me up off stream, best place to do it. If you ever want to hit me up on my days off when I'm not streaming and you still need to ask me something or reach out to me or whatever, Discord is the best place to do it. If you ever want to rewatch a stream, rewatch something from a stream, catch up on a stream you missed, clip something, whatever, go check out the VODs channel, go to the About Me, go get a little clicky, go check that out. That would be greatly appreciated. But I hope you guys had a good time, good rest of your night. Hopefully we'll see you tomorrow. More New World, good progression. Hopefully we'll be able to, I don't think we'll be able to finish 250 refining tomorrow of stone cutting, but that is the goal. We're going to have about 5-6 hours of stone cutting progression to do. Basically, we just need to farm mithril until we get enough gems and then spam craft the crap out of stone, get it all out of the way and done for. If we're looking at roughly 10 to 15 crafts per level and we have about 42 levels to go, yeah, we have about 500 to 600 gems to farm, maybe a little bit more. We got 40 pretty quickly. I feel like in 5-6 hours we should be able to farm enough gems to possibly get it done. But once that is done, we're off to the races on the rest of the professions. We're going to do a whole bunch of farming, obviously, because we're going to need a lot of ores, we're going to need a lot of wood, we're going to need a lot of leather, we're going to need a lot of herbs and stuff, but that's fine. But anyway, that is our roadmap going forward with the progression. Like I said, hope you have a good time. Hope you had fun. Hope you have a good rest of your day. Hopefully we'll see you tomorrow. See you. Bye. Bye. Thank you. Have a good one. See ya.